Chapter 3904. Whoosh! A large amount of rain-like crashing sounds could be heard. On the right side of the void, a huge mottled ancient tree began to stretch its branches and leaves. The huge tree took root in the void. Its roots couldn't be seen, but its size was constantly growing. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000,000 feet tall. The huge tree crown shrouded a large part of the void of the universe and extended to the edge of the netherworld furnace in front. This huge tree was the true body of an immortal rank ancestor of the Tree Spirit clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. At this moment, this terrifying huge tree was like a star standing in the void. As long as the roots that hadn't appeared were not destroyed, it would be fine. Even if the leaves were broken, it could grow again. Just like the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline ability, the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon. After the Tree Spirit clan's true body appeared, the area under the tree crown would also become an indiscriminate regional attack. The species of this old tree was very extraordinary. It was the rare, undying void pine. Every branch of the huge tree crown was covered with countless small pine needles. These pine needles were even made of metal. It was said that the undying void pine had to take root in the mine of undying void gold, a starry sky supreme treasure level divine metal. After countless years of nurturing, it could give birth to wisdom. From a spirit tree, it could become a plant life with wisdom, which was the Tree Spirit clan's clansman. The undying void gold was extremely rare. Xianxia's Nirvana indestructible armor had once merged with a piece. Since then, Xian had never seen a second piece of undying void gold. It could be seen how rare this kind of metal was. Before the undying void pine gave birth to wisdom, it had been nurtured in the mine of undying void gold for countless years. It had absorbed a large amount of undying void gold's golden energy and had long been contaminated with it. Its roots were rooted in the void and couldn't be seen, which was related to this. In addition, the countless golden needles on the huge tree crown of this rare plant all contained a trace of undying void gold's golden energy. They were extremely sharp and fast, which was impossible to guard against. Whoosh, 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 a series of faint swishing noises burst out. The crown-like treetops slightly shook. Within the blink of an eye, countless golden needles darted out like raindrops, covering the entire area around the dark cauldron. In the face of this level of attack, even the few immortal old monsters present couldn't help but frown. Each of them displayed their own abilities to resist or avoid the attack. However, even more of the top experts of the various forces were unable to avoid it, and were more or less affected by it. Roar! Screech! A miserable shriek resounded as a Sector Lord old monster from the technology faction was pierced into a human sieve by the undying void pine needles, dying instantly. His body was dripping with golden blood as he fell into the void below. There was even a universe-level warrior who should have been an ancient, unaffiliated warrior with the bloodline of the lion beast. Countless golden pine needles pierced through his head. He struggled in space for 2 breaths before finally dying. Boom! Hualala! At the same time, a series of clanking sounds of chains came together with a huge roar. Just as the Silver Wolf and the Undying Pine of Void unleashed their might and launched a large-scale, indiscriminate attack, the 2 major human camps, the few powerful elders of the Federation Senate who had been isolated, and some ancient itinerant cultivators also attacked. They also launched attacks on the Dark Cauldron. Although most of them were Sector Lord-level existences, there were quite a few universe-level beings as well. There were even 7 or 8 immortal old monsters. Under the full power of their abilities, hundreds of rune chains were broken in an instant. They were all the chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid from the bottom of the Dark Cauldron's outer wall. They were cut off from the edges of the Dark Cauldron's outer wall, leaving behind only a few hundred to a few thousand feet long. Although the Dark Cauldron had already given birth to a weapon spirit, it was currently focused on refining the all-evil origin liquid. It had no time to care about such attacks, so it didn't react at all. In any case, the Dark Cauldron's body was too sturdy, and its internal field was shockingly powerful. It couldn't be forcefully broken. Besides, After the Dark Cauldron gave birth to a weapon spirit, it could temporarily break free from the bindings and restraints of the rune chains. However, the hundreds of rune chains that were forcefully separated from the Dark Cauldron's outer wall were forcefully broken by various abilities of sector, lord level, and above. The order runes near the ends of the chains had already been destroyed. The runes were completely destroyed. Under such circumstances, the Dark Cauldron itself couldn't be repaired unless the Heavenly Tao's Green Eye intervened. In fact, even if the Heavenly Tao's Green Eye were to act again, it was basically unrealistic to want to completely repair all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid out. Whether it was the Dark Cauldron or the rune chains, they were all forged from special divine metals. Engraving the mysterious runes on the chains was an extremely taxing matter. Not to mention whether the Heavens Tao's Azure I still had a large amount of similar divine metals in his possession. Even if he did, it was absolutely not easy to reconnect all of these over 10,000 rune pattern chains and brand them with transmission runes. Whether it was Yi Xian or the higher-ups of the various clans and top-notch factions that had flocked over for the sake of the Dark Cauldron, all of them were well aware of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of such a method to prevent the Dark Cauldron from transporting the all-evil origin liquid. It could be said that once a rune chain was broken, there was basically no possibility of it being repaired, at least in the short term. It was precisely because of this that all the ancestor-level existences in the attacking camp were instantly invigorated after the first round of attacks broke all the hundreds of rune chains. Just a single round of full-powered attacks had destroyed a few percent of the 10,000 chains of runes that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid. This was definitely an exhilarating result. They immediately charged toward the other rune chains, dodging the frenzied attacks of the bloodline ancestors of the various clans in the second universe as they launched a second round of attacks with all their might. His only objective was to completely destroy the talisman marking chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid into the surroundings as soon as possible. Rumble, kacha-kacha, screech. The entire void was boiling. A gigantic silver moon in the sky was constantly sprinkling down silver moonblades. There was also an undying void pine that was swaying slightly like a pillar that supported the sky, shooting out dense golden pine needles, reaping the life of a super old monster from time to time. Many of the super old monsters of the various clans in the second universe had revealed their bloodline true forms and were engaged in a bloody battle with the super old monsters of the attacking camp. Chapter 3905. Rumble, kacha, kacha, thunderous booms rang out incessantly, accompanied by cracking noises. This was already the sixth wave of attacks. More than half of the 10,000 rune chains that transported the all-evil origin elixir to the outside of the Netherworld Cauldron had already been broken. Currently, there were only about 4,000 chains that were still connected to the Netherworld Cauldron. After this wave of attacks, hundreds of rune chains were broken. Only a few hundred meters of them remained hanging on the outer wall of the furnace, looking extremely bleak and desolate. The number of rune chains decreased sharply once more, leaving only around 3,000. However, the entire furnace that was as huge as a superstar still didn't move. The humming sound of the huge millstone rotating inside was still present, indicating that the all-evil origin liquid was still being refined. At the same time, the rune seal was still in the process of delivering the all-evil origin liquid. More than 6,000 rune chains had already been broken, and among the remaining 3,000 or so rune chains, several dozen of them lit up at the same time from the end connected to the Netherworld Cauldron. This meant that more than 100 drops of all-evil origin liquid were about to be transported out. This meant that the corresponding rune chains of the transportation channel had been activated. Stop it. Break this portion of the chains immediately. You want to steal this old man's all-evil origin liquid? Impossible. Screech. Furious roars rang out. Over 100 sector Lord Old monsters from the punitive expedition camp all made their moves, unleashing all sorts of divine abilities. A small part of the sky was illuminated by the resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Whoosh, 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 poo. During this process, the towering, undying void pine tree was still shooting out endless golden pine needles. Occasionally, some super old monsters would be hit, but they all protected their vitals. Even if they were hit by the golden pine needles and some unimportant parts were pierced, they would only suffer a small wound and nothing more. Although the golden pine needles of the undying void pine were sharp and shockingly fast, making them difficult to dodge, it was still an area of effect attack. The power of a single needle was limited, and as long as one wasn't hit by the concentrated attack, there was no danger to one's life. It was precisely because of this that within a short period of time, almost none of the experts who were conquering an area went to attack it. Its roots were rooted in the void, impossible to see at all, impossible to completely eliminate in a short period of time. On the other hand, the gigantic silver moon that resembled a star in the sky showered countless silver moonblades. They circled and attacked in an unpredictable manner. Although they were not as powerful as the immortal rank undying void pine, they were superior in that they were strange and difficult to defend against. Every time they circled, they would hit the more important parts of the body. A universe-level warrior from the human race's 10 Absolute Sky Palace was hit by a few giant silver moon blades at the same time. His body was torn apart in the void space, and golden blood rained down. He died in an instant screech. "Greedy wolf, you are courting death." A blood dragon rushed out of the void, emitting a dense blood-colored, baleful aura. Its aura was terrifying. It had actually reached the universe 9th level and could be considered a half-step immortal. This was just the blood dragon. In fact, there was a figure standing on top of the blood dragon's head. It was a top old monster from the 10 Absolute Sky Palace, the second palace of the 10 Absolute Sky Palace, the Earth Absolute Sky Palace. He was an immortal-level existence. At this moment, he rushed out with a roar. The half-step immortal-level blood dragon under the immortal-level old monster let out a ferocious dragon roar towards the sky. It opened its mouth to swallow the giant silver wolf. "Xianxia, how dare you!" Almost at the next moment, from the other side of the void, an imperishable old monster from a certain race in the second universe roared and rushed out. His body turned into an arrow that pierced through the void and traveled billions of miles in an instant, shooting toward the head of the blood-red dragon. Although the huge silver wolf of the ravenous wolf race only had a universe-grade cultivation base and had yet to reach the immortal level, its ravenous wolf howling moon bloodline ability was extraordinary. It was comparable to the Battle Lion race's Mad Lion 9. However, the 9 transformation Mad Lion was amazing because of its continuous increase in strength. With each transformation, its chi, blood, and body size would increase by 10 times. However, the greedy wolf howling moon was different. It was the same as the rain of golden pine needles of the undying void pine. It was an area attack, but it was more treacherous. It could be said that it had control of the general situation of the battlefield. It had an extremely important positive effect. Therefore, even if this silver wolf only had a universe-level cultivation base, its role in the entire battlefield was absolutely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, this undying old monster in the various camps of the second universe would not have suddenly rushed out at this time, blocked the blood dragon, and swallowed it. Your opponent is this old man. That silver wolf can't escape. The great ancestor of the Earth Absolute Sky Palace, known as Xianxia, was a blood-robed old man. At this moment, he let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored cage appeared out of thin air above the void space. It rumbled and suppressed, covering a large part of the universe void space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It happened to be the immortal-level old ancestor of a certain race in the second universe who was about to make a move. He was trapped in it. Then, Xianxia took a step forward. His figure flashed and had already entered the blood-colored cage. His voice was still echoing in the void space outside the cage, full of murderous intent. "The prison of drawing ground that I cast, even immortal-level existences of the same realm cannot break through. Today, I will kill you in this cage." Hong, Hong, long before his voice had died away. An earth-shattering energy explosion sounded in the confined void space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles that was covered by the blood-colored cage. The two Immortal Realm old monsters finally started a fight, and it was a life-and-death battle. If it weren't for Gong Ju's great power of drawing a circle to bind and cover the entire battlefield within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, who knew how many powerhouses from both sides would have been injured by the fierce aura that shot out from their bodies? Howl! Almost at the same time, in the distant void space, a shrill howl sounded. It was obviously a wolf's howl, but it was not long. It seemed to be extremely short. The huge silver moon that had been hanging high in the void space above the source of all evil star field also quietly collapsed at this moment. At this time, if one turned to look at the source of the howl, they would be able to see the huge silver wolf's head being eaten by the blood dragon, and the headless body falling into the depths of the void space below. A powerful immortal-level old monster fell, just like that. The situation of the battle was getting more and more tragic. However, this was only the beginning. The degree of tragedy of this battle was obviously not going to stop here. Until now, Sector Lords and Universe-level old monsters had all fallen. Next, Immortal-level supreme existences might also fall. No one had expected this scene to come so quickly. Less than 15 minutes after Crimson devoured the Silver Wolf's head, a loud rumbling suddenly rang out from the gigantic Crimson cage that enveloped an area of millions of kilometers in radius. Chapter 3906. An immortal old monster had fallen just like that. When Gong Ju Gong's immortal ancestor, Gong Ju Sha, walked out of the blood-red cage area with his head in one hand, the surrounding void was dead silent. The roar and explosion of the fierce battle and the clashing of magical powers were all stagnant. Now, there are only about 10 Immortal Realm old monsters in this star field, the source of all evil. Now, one of them had died. This was too shocking. In a short period of time, everyone's mind was filled with roaring sounds, especially the dozens of top masters of various races in the second universe. Their feelings were even more complicated at this moment. Among the nearly 200 top-notch elites who stayed in the star sector, the number of elites who attacked the Array Palace was very high. There were more than 100 of them, but there were only 70 or so races in the second universe. They were in a slightly weaker position. In terms of the strongest immortal old monsters, the two camps of the Human Clan and the Senate of the Federation each had one, so there were 3 of them. The other 3 were ancient rogue cultivators who came and went alone, but in fact, they could also be regarded as the power of the conquering camp. Among the more than 70 top masters of various races in the second universe, there were only 3 immortal old monsters. Counting them, the number was exactly half of the enemy camp, which was already an extremely worrying situation. But now, one of the 3 Immortal Realm old monsters had unexpectedly fallen in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Such a situation was undoubtedly worse for the races in the second universe. It was more and more unfavorable, and it seemed that they could not hold on any longer. In fact, of the more than 10,000 rune chains under the outer wall of the Netherworld Furnace, there were only a little more than 1,000 left. Roar! Human Clan, Wan Luo Federation. The races in the second universe will fight to the death with you from now on. After a short period of dead silence, among the races in the second universe, a blood-colored lion roared and rushed out. His body expanded again, and every time it increased by 10 times. This was obviously a bloodline ancestor from the Battle Lion clan. As soon as he appeared, he began to use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the Mad Lion. Among all the experts that Yi Xian had met before, Shi Wanjin was the one with the strongest talent in this bloodline ability. That guy had comprehended the 4th transformation of the 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion. Once it was activated, his body would instantly transform into a terrifying battle lion that was over 100,000 feet tall. His blood and chi was so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, he was still a junior of the younger generation. In terms of understanding the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, he might be one of the best in the younger generation, but he couldn't possibly be the #1 in the entire Battle Lion race. The blood-colored lion that had appeared today had clearly surpassed Shi Wanjin in terms of comprehension of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. When the Blood Slaughter Berserk Lion went through the 4th transformation, the experts of this race would possess a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. The 5th transformation would increase the size of this foundation by 10 times. In other words, it would reach 10 million zhang. It would be like a small planet. The scene unfolding before his eyes was exactly such a scene. This bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race was originally an immortal old monster. Now that he had displayed the 5th transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, he displayed a terrifying bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. It was like a small planet, and its blood and chi was so abundant that it couldn't be estimated. This was directly reflected in his battle strength. The current him might not be able to challenge existences that surpass the immortal realm, but within the immortal realm, he was practically invincible. Roar! Don't even think about breaking the last 1,000 or so rune chains. This senior won't allow it. Those who act without permission will die. The 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body appeared. At this moment, the immortal Battle Lion's confidence surged to the extreme. He was confident that he could dominate the immortal realm. With such abundant blood and chi, he was definitely an invincible existence. Raising his head and roaring, the immortal Battle Lion gently raised his left forelimb. It seemed to be lightly pressing down, but it directly destroyed a corner of the void. The Milky Way within 100,000 miles fell into chaos. Dense patterns like a spider web appeared in the void, and from the cracks in the void, endless void turbulence surged. Void turbulence emerged. Caught off guard, 2 sector lords and a universe-level super-old monster were involved. Obviously, they couldn't survive. Even their bodies disappeared, swallowed by the infinite darkness. Even some of the zone lords who were watching the show at the edge couldn't control themselves and were directly sucked into the terrifying black hole. Among them was Shui Lu from the Heavenly Battle Empire, which was under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty. He had left the Heavenly Battle Planet for 10,000 years and obtained a great opportunity, which allowed him to soar all the way from the Star Lord state to the peak of the 9th level of the Zone Lord state. He had come to the source of all Evil Star region in order to take advantage of the opportunity to seek fortune, even if it was just to follow behind and get some leftovers. He had even invited a sector lord to help him. He didn't expect to run into trouble at the edge of the battlefield, and his body was instantly swallowed by the black hole. Roar! Immortal Battle Lion, you're too arrogant. So what if your blood and chi are abundant? You're the only immortal being left among the races of the second universe, apart from that giant tree. You're destined to die alone. Why waste time talking to him? Just suppress him. Roar! As the immortal Battle Lion spoke arrogantly, 4 of the 6 immortal beings on the side of the punitive expedition team rushed out and attacked the immortal Battle Lion from 4 different directions. As for the other 2 immortal beings, they led the 100 sector lords and universe-level warriors to continue attacking the Netherworld Cauldron. Their target was very clear: the remaining 1,000 rune chains under the wall of the Netherworld Cauldron. An earth-shattering battle began again. At this moment, all the great beings on both sides forgot about the shock of seeing the immortal being beheaded by Gongju. The entire void was trembling. The immortal Battle Lion, who was 1,000,000 meters tall, was fighting against 4 immortal beings of the same level by himself. The battlefield covered thousands of kilometers. Almost half of the Starry River in the domain of the root of all evil was affected. The battle situation was too shocking. 5 undying, level, unmatched existences were fighting with everything they had, fighting to the death. This was a rhythm that was going to cause the void to collapse. In this vast and terrifying battlefield, the figures of the 5 undying old monsters could not be seen from the start. Boundless auras swept out, and even at the edge of the battlefield, if one was not careful, 1 or 2 Sector Lord level existences would be affected. The light ones would be injured, and the heavy ones would be stirred up. Chi whirled and killed. Body and soul were destroyed. Not even bones were left. Rumble, voila. On the other side of the Netherworld cauldron, the sound of thunder and chains that didn't stop suddenly became louder. Although the higher-ups of the various races of the Second Universe still had a few dozen immortal beings, except for the undying Void Pine that had revealed its true form and rooted its roots in the void, the others were all Sector Lords and Universe-level warriors. They couldn't stop the 2 immortal beings from the punitive expedition team. Chapter 3907. Rumble. Kacha! Kacha! Thunderous booms resounded as the chains rattled. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, only 9 of the 10,000-plus chains of talisman markings on the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace remained. At this point, the mission of the higher-ups of the various races in the Second Universe to descend on the source of all evil Starfield was basically a failure. The conquering camp formed by the various powers had finally cut off the channel that the Dark Furnace used to transport the liquid. Even though there were still 9 runic chains remaining, they were basically meaningless by themselves. Moreover, they would be blasted apart very soon. Howl! Howl! At this moment, for shocking roars came from the void. The sound was strange, not like that of flesh and blood life forms. It was sonorous, like the sound of metal clashing. In the next moment, in the void in different directions around the Netherworld furnace, 4 void cracks suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then 4 giant beasts stepped out of them. They were all Sector Lord Level 9 perfection, also known as half-step universe level. If it were any other time, 4 half-step universe level beings descending at the same time would definitely cause an uproar in an entire universe. But in this place, it really didn't count for much. In the current root of all evil Starfield, the undying level was the pinnacle. The universe level was only the core strength. Sector Lord level, even if it was a Sector Lord level 9 perfect, they weren't even worth mentioning. They could only follow behind to strengthen the momentum, acting as underlings. However, the arrival of these 4 half-step universe-level beasts immediately attracted the attention of all the great beings from both sides of the battlefield. Even the 2 undying beings from the expedition camp, who were leading the great beings from both camps to attack the last 9 rune chains, couldn't help but turn their heads to look at them. The life forms of these 4 giant beasts were extremely strange, and their actions were even more inconceivable. These 4 beasts weren't flesh and blood life forms, but mechanical life forms. This was because their bodies were basically made of the universe alloy used to build Starry Sky battleships. If it weren't for the fact that they looked like Starry Sky fortresses, the masters of the various major forces would have mistaken them for Starry Sky fortresses. These mechanical life forms were either members of the Heaven's Legacy race, but this was clearly impossible. The Heaven's Legacy race had long since gone into seclusion and migrated away. It was impossible for them to send 4 beast-like members of the Heaven's Legacy race to descend upon the root of all evil star domain to seize fortunes. That was no different from leaving clues, waiting for people to track down the whereabouts of their migration through these 4 alloy behemoths. Other than the Tianji race, there was only the Automaton race, a mysterious race that belonged to the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, Devourer. Tianji and the mechanical race were essentially the same. They were both mechanical life forms. For the Tianji clan to become the overlord of the first universe, the entire human race had to ally with the various races of the second universe to form the Myriad Net Alliance. Only then would they be able to contend with the Tianji clan. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the Tianji clan was. This time, instead of saying that they were hiding from the world, it would be better to say that they had other plans. A riot in the Celestial Legacy race's Imperial prison was far from enough to make the Celestial Legacy race feel threatened and flee. Although the Automaton race rarely appeared in the world and was restricted by the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, Devourer, they almost never appeared in front of the world. However, their existence was known to all 3 dimensions. From a certain point of view, the automaton race was actually far more mysterious than the Tianji clan. This time, the mysterious automaton race suddenly changed their usual style and sent 4-sector Lord Level 9 peak mechanical beasts to descend upon the root of all evil. This matter was truly thought-provoking. However, because this star field currently had an immortal rank Imperial Clan Elder from the Immortal Dynasty Elder Pavilion, and these 4-sector Lord level mechanical ferocious beasts didn't do anything harmful, although the various experts were suspicious. They didn't take the initiative to provoke them. The moment the 4 mechanical beasts descended, they stared at the broken rune chains in the void. Kacha. Kacha, kacha. The tooth-numbing sound of metal scraping resounded, quickly becoming louder and louder, causing all the experts who were watching to be dumbstruck, some even suspecting that they were hallucinating. In their line of sight, these 4-sector Lord Level 9 peak mechanical beasts actually didn't care about the underworld cauldron, each pulling on a broken rune chain and munching on it. These rune chains weren't simple. Even though they were broken, the originally complete runes on the chains lost their effectiveness. The energy field was destroyed and their power greatly decreased. However, just the material used to create them was definitely not simple. Even an undying would have to be serious in order to break them. A universe level would have to continuously attack them before they could break them. No matter what, it wouldn't be so easy to chew on them like sugarcane. However, the facts before their eyes spoke louder than words. These 4 half-step universe-level automaton beasts obviously had good teeth. When the leader of the automaton race, Devourer, built their bodies, he gave them good teeth. It must have been made from some terrifying metal that was not inferior to the undying void gold. Otherwise, how could it have done this? On the other hand, it also proved one fact. That was these 4 mechanical beasts, coming to the source of all evil Starfield. Their goal was most likely for the broken rune chains of the underworld cauldron. The mysterious metal used to create these rune chains was not ordinary. However, to the warriors of other races, it wasn't as important as the Tianji race or the automaton race. To the human race and the various races of the second universe, as well as the warriors of other life forms, if these rune chains were to be brought back, they would at most be used to create treasures or alloys to create battleships. They were after all external objects. However, the Tianji race and the automaton race could use them to strengthen themselves. These 2 races were automaton life forms. Their bodies were originally made from different materials. After many evolutions, they were finally able to create them. Hence, it was completely understandable that the automaton race would take this opportunity to send these 4 mechanical beasts to the source of all evil star field to steal these rune chains. The warriors were happy to go with the flow. In their eyes, although these rune chains made from mysterious metals were precious, they couldn't be compared to the all-evil origin liquid. As long as these 4 mechanical beasts didn't have any designs on the all-evil origin liquid, it would be fine. Under such circumstances, no one would provoke them. After all, the automaton race was essentially the same as the Tianji race, so they weren't to be trifled with. Their leader, Devourer, was the imperial teacher of the Undying Dynasty. They were basically in the same boat as the dynasty. Offending these 4 mechanical beasts was equivalent to offending both the automaton race and the Undying Dynasty of the human race. It was definitely a headache. If there wasn't an absolute conflict of interest, who would be willing to do such a thing? Kacha, kacha. Chapter 3908. Kacha, kacha, the teeth-numbing sound of metal rubbing against each other continued. After the 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts finished chewing the first rune chain, they turned around and started chewing on the second one. Without a doubt, their arrival was precisely for the sake of devouring this mysterious metal. The experts of the various powers saw all of this with their eyes, and they quickly paid no further attention to it. They withdrew their attention and turned their gazes towards the last 9 remaining runic chains at the bottom of the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. As long as the last 9 rune chains were broken, the channel and route through which the netherworld furnace transported the all-evil origin liquid would be completely sealed. Now, there were 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the machine race chewing on the broken rune chains in the void like sugarcane. This was a good thing. Even if the netherworld furnace itself, or that terrifying heavenly Tao green, I wanted to repair it, it was unlikely that it would be possible. The rune chains were only broken, so there was still a possibility of repair. If all of them were chewed up, then it would really be over. From this point of view, the powerful beings from all sides were actually quite happy to see the arrival of these 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the machine race. Of course, this was excluding the various races of the second universe. 1. Just as the 2 immortal-level old monsters were about to make a move on the remaining 9 rune chains, a weak buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The rune chains lit up. This time, it wasn't 9 chains, but only 1. Furthermore, it was obvious that the all-evil origin liquid wasn't being transported from the inside of the netherworld furnace. This was because this rune chain should have lit up from one end of the netherworld furnace's outer wall and extended to the other end. The strange appearance of this rune chain before his eyes was clearly starting to light up from the end of his line of sight that had pierced into the unknown void. It gave off the feeling that there was a drop of the source of all evil in that unknown void that was being fed into the netherworld cauldron. However, that was obviously impossible. Clearly, there was a terrifying being chasing in the opposite direction of the rune chain. This runic chain was connected to the space on the other side, which was the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe. The existence that was rapidly approaching along the chain was an energy avatar of the Blood Dragon clan's bloodline progenitor, the 9-headed Blood Dragon. Not long ago, when the 9-headed Blood Dragon heard the shocking news in the star area, the source of all evil, he realized that something unexpected was about to happen. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. Such a scene was not only playing out in the ancestral land of the Blood WYRM tribe. Several other races in the top 10 races of the second universe also had an existence whose cultivation level had fallen to quasi-desolation. In the form of an energy clone, they followed the rune chains that supplied them with the all-evil origin liquid every year and angrily rushed to the star field of the source of all evil in the first universe. Go! For example, in the secret realm of the Cyan Rock clan's ancestral land, Zhejian, who was tens of thousands of meters long, rushed out. In the ancestral land of the Battle Lion clan, which was ranked 3rd in the top 10 races of the second universe, there was a blood-colored 2-headed battle lion roaring angrily at the sky. In the end, it also rushed into the rune chains in the form of an energy clone. In addition, there were also some ancient itinerant cultivators who had created an energy clone and followed the rune chains towards the star field of the source of all evil. Unfortunately, although they were ancient mighty beings, in terms of cultivation level and strength, they were many times stronger than the so-called immortal old monsters. However, on the one hand, they were heavily injured and had yet to recover. This time, they had descended with an energy clone. In addition, the way they rushed over was through the rune chains. Their speed was restricted by the rune chains. Although they were not slow, they were comparable to the sector lords, universe lords, and universe lords who directly tore through the void and descended. Compared to the immortal realm experts, they were clearly still slightly inferior. This directly led to some of the existences being forced to retreat midway because the runic chains were broken before they could arrive, cutting off the connection between them and the netherworld cauldron. Right now, there were only 9 rune chains left. There could only be 9 avatars of the ancient mighty beings who could rush over in this way. And now, the first one had clearly arrived with a rumbling sound. This scene shocked the 2 undying old monsters of the punitive expedition camp who were about to make a move, and they hesitated for a moment. The surrounding sector Lord Old Monsters and Universe Old Monsters were even more surprised and bewildered, and vigilance appeared on their faces. For a moment, in the entire void, except for the 5 immortal old monsters who were fighting bloody battles and the 4 mechanical beasts from the Machine Clan who were chewing on the rune chains, almost all the other experts stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shone brightly as they locked onto the countless runes that were coming from the void. The other end lit up, and the chain that was rapidly spreading over. Wallala, walla. The sound of the chains grew louder and louder, and there was even a loud rumbling sound. In less than a breath of time, the runes that lit up on the chains had extended from the end of the void to the middle. They were not too far away from the netherworld furnace, at most 10 million miles away. It was also at this moment that the entire netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a star, began to shake violently without any warning. Within the chains that were rapidly extending towards the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, there was even a monstrous, murderous aura that began to wreak havoc. It swept across the sky, and its violent thoughts filled the sky, shocking this void. Even the 5 immortal old monsters of the 2 camps who were fighting bloody battles were alarmed. They all turned their heads and looked over, exclaiming in shock. What happened? This aura. Quasi-ancient mighty beings? No, it should be the avatar of an ancient mighty being. Roar. Today, all of you will die. This is the aura of our bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed blood dragon. When the ancestor arrives, he will definitely crush everything. As the immortal old monsters exclaimed in shock, in the camp of the various races of the second universe, an old monster from the blood dragon clan was first stunned. Then he suddenly raised his head and roared wildly. From the terrifying aura emitted by the rune chains, he keenly captured the aura of the bloodline ancestor of his clan. He instantly guessed the truth, and at this moment, he could be said to be wild with joy. Although the ancestor was about to arrive at this moment, it was only an energy avatar, and its cultivation level was not that of an ancient mighty being. Instead, it was one level lower. At most, it was at the quasi-ancient mighty level. But for this star field, which was the source of all evil, this was enough. In the eyes of a quasi-ancient mighty being, the so-called immortal old monsters were just ants, or even less than ants. Not to mention the universe level and sector lord level. They were not even worth a fart. Just the arrival of a quasi-ancient mighty being was enough to crush everyone. This vast star field would tremble because of this. Wallalaing. Chapter 3909. In the second universe, the ancestral land of the Nether Turtle clan, the Nether Turtle Galaxy. Ever since the Void Tortoise was sent to the depths of the Nether Turtle Galaxy by the Headless Baby, the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan had woken up and issued an order to seal off the entire Nether Turtle Galaxy. The order instantly resounded throughout the vast galaxy. The Nether Turtle clan. Today, less than 3 days after the Nether Turtle clan's sealing race's arrival, a faint rumble of thunder resounded from the Nether Turtle's secret realm in the Nether Turtle Galaxy's ancestral land. If one were to be in the Nether Turtle mysterious realm at that moment, they would see a giant turtle the size of a planet in the void. It was the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. In the surrounding void, more senior members of the Nether Furnace clan could be vaguely seen. They were at least at the sector lord level. The Nether Turtle clan's old ancestor that Xianxia had seen was one of them. However, his strength was far from the peak star lord level that he had shown before. He was at the immortal level. However, this included the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor and the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor that was enormous like a star. At this moment, all of them seemed as if they were worshipping someone, and they were looking extremely respectfully towards a certain direction, as if they were listening to someone's teachings. Yes, they were worshipping and listening to a lesson. In front of the gazes of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as half a region of stars. It was crouching in space, and there was a terrifying wound on its back. Even the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor, whose body was as large as a planet, was insignificant in front of it. That terrifying giant turtle was the Void Tortoise that had been sent to the Nether Turtle Galaxy a few days ago. And now, its terrifying body, which was the size of half a planetary region, was the result of deliberately shrinking it. Otherwise, if it fully revealed its true form, a single claw of the Void Tortoises would be the size of a planetary region. That primordial creature was one of the most terrifying creatures in the history of the universe. At that moment, his injuries were far from healed, and so was his strength. Even though he had obtained the light that the headless baby shot into his body, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. His strength had only just entered the primordial supreme level, and he was far from reaching the peak of the primordial supreme level at his peak. Even so, it was more than enough for the void tortoise to do what it needed to do after it entered the supreme of the ancients level. It's inconvenient for those old fogies to interfere in this matter. Only I, the old turtle, will take the risk. An elderly voice that was filled with a weak aura seemed to have come from the end of space. It was extremely clear and resounded in the minds of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan. The insides of the Netherworld Cauldron have been tampered with, although it has evolved once again and given birth to an artifact spirit. The Netherworld Cauldron's artifact spirit was affected by everything that happened in the Netherworld Cauldron. It won't activate the warning array formation or contact the heavenly Tao's green eye. Therefore, as long as you are careful, there won't be much danger. You can rest assured that Old Tortoise will return soon. Don't delay any longer. Hand over the coordinates of the ancient demonic bear's hibernation. Old Tortoise can't rush there from here, so I can only go somewhere else. Otherwise, if I leave behind any traces and the heavenly Tao's green eye comes to find me, the entire Dark Turtle clan will be annihilated. This was the only thing the Void Tortoise was worried about. Fortunately, there was a solution. The Dark Turtle clan happened to know a place where an ancient demonic bear was hibernating and enjoying the secondary source of the Netherworld Cauldron chain. Above that place, a Netherworld Cauldron chain was suspended. Every year, a drop of all evil origin liquid would drip from the end of this chain. Whoosh! A faint whistling sound rang out as a beam of cyan light shot out from the star tortoise's body, heading towards the Void Tortoise. It was the coordinates of the unknown void where the desolate demonic bear was. Rip! After the green brilliance entered the Void Tortoise's body, the Void Tortoise merely moved its claw, and the Void Tortoise's secret realm was torn apart. Its body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into it in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in another star field that was extremely far away from the Dark Turtle star field. The Void Tortoise wiped away the traces of the Void Tortoise behind it, raised its claw again, and tore apart the Void Tortoise again. This time, it was in the first universe. Interplanar travel was child's play for the Void Tortoise, who had the cultivation of the primordial supreme. There was no need to rely on wormholes at all. After doing this several times, the Void Tortoise had almost circled all three universes. When it tore apart the Void Tortoise for the last time, a green light flashed on its forehead. This time, it was heading to the mysterious, unknown void where the ancient demonic bear was. It was a dark void without a trace of light. All the stars in the void were completely dim. The energy in the star cores had been completely absorbed by the ancient demonic bear. The ancient demonic bear had the power to control the earth in its bloodline. It was said that in the vast universe, as long as there were stars, the demonic bear of the earth was indestructible. No matter how severely injured it was, when it landed on the surface of a star, it could instantly absorb all the vitality of an entire star through the contact of its feet. This included the plants and life on the star, and even the vitality of the star itself. The reason why this mysterious void was so dark was because all the stars in the void had been sucked dry of their energy. The life force of the stars had been absorbed by the desolate demonic bear to heal its injuries. The supply of one drop of all evil origin liquid every year was obviously far from enough for it. Its injuries were too severe. The ancient demonic bear belonged to the opposing camp in the great battle back then. At its peak, it was at the mid-stage of the primordial era. The standard set by the eye of the heavenly Tao for an existence of this level was to have the netherworld furnace supply one drop of all evil origin liquid every year. No matter how severe its injuries were, that was all there was to it. Its value was nothing more than that. At the highest point in the center of the Void Tortoise was a rune chain that was 1,000 feet long. It abruptly passed through the Void Tortoise and hung at the highest point in the sky. Below the rune chain was a giant gray bear that was 10,000 feet in size curled up in the void. It looked extremely weak, and there was a huge hole in its abdomen from which grayish-gold blood was still flowing out. Its aura had long fallen to the level of a quasi-primordial era almighty. As the faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, the giant void tortoise that had turned into a ray of light descended upon this unknown void. It immediately revealed its true form. Of course, it was not a complete form, but even so, it almost filled up the entire void tortoise. Chapter 39:10. Why? A supreme being like you shouldn't pay special attention to an insignificant enemy general like me. He had been dormant for countless years and was still injured. Not to mention that he was in the middle stage of the primordial era. When he was at his peak, he was still some time away from even reaching the level of supreme being of the primordial era. However, at this moment, a supreme being of the enemy camp had found him and wanted to kill him in person. This was not only frustrating for this primordial demonic bear, but it was also puzzling. He knew that he was going to die today. The void tortoise's ferocious name had shaken the universe in the desolation era. Although it wasn't its peak state, it was still a supreme desolation. This level of strength could crush a demonic bear who was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. It was much easier than crushing an ant. He was unwilling, but he could only accept his fate. At the last moment of his life, he asked the question in his heart. Actually, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. This old tortoise is a little constipated recently, so I want to kill some people. Just take it as a way to vent my anger. After saying that, the void tortoise raised his right forelimb and pressed into the void. Roar, boom. The primordial demonic bear was enraged. Crazy light shot out of his eyes, as if he was going to explode himself. Unfortunately, he was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. He was not qualified to do that in front of a supreme being of the primordial era. As the void tortoise gently pressed its right forelimb, the primordial demonic ape's huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a hair was left behind. Wong. With a buzzing sound, a shadow rushed out of the void tortoise's body. It was an energy doppelganger. Although it was only a doppelganger, it still had the strength of a supreme being of the primordial era. After all, the void tortoise had recovered to the early stage of the supreme being of the primordial era. As soon as this energy doppelganger appeared, it rushed into the rune chain hanging at the top of the mysterious void and followed the chain to the source of all evil star area, the demonic emperor planet. Xianxia had been paying close attention to the situation in the root of all evil star region. Although he didn't enter the origin of all evil star area, the demon race had sent several star fortresses to guard in the distant void outside the origin of all evil star area. Once something happened inside, the star fortresses would report back to the demon emperor planet at once. Unfortunately, when this star region was chosen by the Eye of the Heaven Tao to be the location of the Netherworld Furnace Refinement Formation, the entire source of all evil had been isolated by a formation barrier. It was utterly impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. No matter how big the commotion inside was, it wouldn't spread beyond the source of all evil star field in a short time. The Demonkin scouts didn't dare to enter the source of all evil star field because of the strict order. So up until now, Xianxia was completely in the dark about what was happening in this star region. He didn't know anything. Just as Xianxia was feeling a little uneasy, the left side of his chest suddenly became hot. A message came from his chest and rushed into his brain. Xianxia was gradually getting used to the headless infant corpse communicating with him in this way. What surprised him was that this time, the message sent by the headless infant corpse was very simple. It only had a few words. Enter the source of all evil star area immediately. What's going on? Didn't they say that there might be an ambush this time? Didn't they tell him not to get involved? Why did it change so suddenly? Xianxia was stunned and felt a little confused, but he soon felt relieved. Since the headless infant corpse had spoken, what was there to worry about? With him here, even if the Eye of Heaven really came, at least he could guarantee Xianxia's safety. However, according to Xianxia's speculation, The headless infant corpse wouldn't let Xian see the eye of heaven easily. At least, it wouldn't do so before he and the forces under his command fully developed. That would do Xian no good. Now that the headless infant corpse was still parasitic in his body, what was bad for Xian was bad for him. Why would the headless infant corpse do that? Vaguely, he guessed that the headless infant corpse must have made some secret arrangements. He was sure that was why it reminded him to immediately enter the source of all evil star field. As for what to do after entering, the headless infant corpse didn't say, and Xian was too lazy to ask. He would just act according to the circumstances. In short, he was going to take advantage of the situation. Xian didn't hesitate. After greeting the Demon King Mo1 Tian, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system title and locked on to the source of all evil. The source of all evil star field. Walala roar. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the experts from all sides, the runes suddenly lit up, and the chain that was rapidly spreading towards the netherworld furnace made a strange crashing sound again, followed by an incomparably clear and terrifying dragon roar. The next moment, a blood-colored, nine-headed blood dragon that was only 10,000 feet long rushed out of the rune chain. It was the energy clone of the Blood Dragon clan's bloodline ancestor, the nine-headed blood dragon. During the Primordial War, the nine-headed blood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Eye of Heaven's camp. At its peak, its cultivation was at the late stage of the Primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the void giant turtle. But now, its injuries had not healed, and its cultivation was only at the early stage of the primordial era. Right now, it was in the form of an energy clone that was following the rune chain. Therefore, this descending energy clone's cultivation was only at the level of the primordial era. But even so, it was enough to crush all the experts of both camps in the source of all evil starfield. Even the undying old monsters were just ants in front of the primordial era. Such a terrifying supreme existence had descended on their camp, and the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe were wild with joy. So what if there were 6 undying old monsters in the conquering camp? They were still destined to fall here. Even if the 6 undying old monsters joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for this 9-headed blood dragon clone of the primordial era. They would be killed like ants. As for those below the undying realm, those at the universe level and sector lord level were nothing. They were not even qualified to be ants. In their opinion, this terrifying existence that had unexpectedly descended on their camp would immediately unleash his invincible power and completely annihilate all the experts in the conquering camp in a short time. As a matter of fact, the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon that had just descended had indeed emitted a cold, murderous aura at the beginning. However, as his 9 heads swept around and clearly saw the situation around the netherworld furnace and the entire star field, this murderous aura instantly condensed. Chapter 39:11. During the Primordial War, the 9-headed blood flood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes faction. At his peak, his cultivation base was at the late-stage primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the void giant tortoise. Now, although his injuries had yet to heal, and his main body's cultivation base was only at the early-stage primordial era, it was still enough to ignore all the existences gathered in the root of all evil star domain. The strongest among the 200 or so patriarchs was only at the immortal realm. In his eyes, they were not even considered ants. He originally wanted to make a move and at least kill the 100 or so opposing faction experts who coveted the netherworld furnace's fortune in one fell swoop. But now, his attention was attracted by the chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid out of the netherworld furnace. There were originally more than 10,000 of these chains, and each chain could only obtain 1 to 3 or 4 drops of all-evil origin liquid every year. But now, all the other chains had been broken, and there were only 9 rune chains left on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. This made the 9-headed blood flood dragon excited. This was definitely a heaven-defying benefit. In front of such benefits, he instantly forgot his original intentions for descending this time. The 100 or so ants still lingering in the root of all evil star domain were naturally ignored by him. With him here, no matter how many of these ants there were, they would not be able to cause any waves. To him, the most important thing now was how to deal with the other 8 rune chains. He was not sure if the total amount of products delivered by the Netherworld Furnace would remain the same even if the number of chains decreased drastically. Assuming that there were 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid in the Netherworld Furnace, and there were 10,000 chains, then 1 drop would be distributed to each chain. But if the number of chains decreased drastically, for example, there are only 10 chains left, then there would be 2 possibilities for how the Netherworld Furnace would distribute the products. One was that all evil origin liquid would be transported out, and each of the 10 chains would obtain 1,000 drops of all evil origin liquid. This was equivalent to snatching all the supplies from the other chains and gathering them together. The other possibility was that the remaining 10 chains would still be in the usual ratio of 1 drop per chain, and the excess evil origin elixir would be stored in the Netherworld Cauldron for the 9-headed blood dragon. He naturally hoped that the situation would be the first one. In that case, the unforeseen event in the Netherworld Furnace would actually help him. However, he had no confidence in this matter. He was not sure at all, but even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth it. However, 9 chains was still too many. Assuming that 10,000 drops of origin liquid were divided into 9, each chain would only be able to transport a little over 1,000 drops. It was far from enough to completely heal his injuries. This sort of fortuitous encounter was too hard to come by, and no matter who it was, they would strive to maximize the benefits. Because it was practically certain that if they missed this opportunity, there would absolutely be no other opportunity. There would never be another opportunity like this in the future. Therefore, 9 chains were really too many. If he could break a few more of the rune chains, once this gamble succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be even more shocking. It was precisely because of this that the 9-headed blood dragon instantly disregarded all the other existences in this star field. At this moment, his entire mind was drawn in by the other 8 chains. It was as if he was possessed. The enormous benefits that could be said to be terrifying even caused his breathing to quicken. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it was merely a thought that flashed through the 9-headed blood dragon's mind in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, he wanted to make a move. He wanted to break as many of the other 8 rune chains as possible. This was originally something that could be done with a raise of his hand. However, just as he was about to make a move, 2 of the chains suddenly trembled violently. The clanking of the chains resounded through the void. At the end of the void, the obscure runes etched on the 2 chains suddenly lit up and rapidly spread toward the Netherworld Furnace. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the chains had been broken. Roar, screech, a furious roar, and a ruthless howl. Both of their auras were astonishing. They were not weaker than the aura of the energy doppelganger of the 9-headed blood dragon. Before the furious roar and the ruthless howl ended, 2 figures had already rushed out from the 2 rune chains that were almost completely lit up. One was a cyan rock with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet, and the other was a blood-red, double-headed war lion. Although they were both in the state of energy doppelganger, their auras were not weaker than the 9-headed blood dragons. They were both powerful figures of the Desolation era. The bloodline primordial ancestors of the Cyan Rock clan and the War Lion clan, which were among the top 3 clans in the Second Universe, had finally arrived with their doppelganger. When they saw this scene, the 9-headed blood WIRM that was about to sever all the other 8 talisman markings, chains, and fight for the great fortune that might only exist, instantly stopped their actions, and a wisp of pity flashed in the eyes of all 9 heads. In the end, he was still 1 step too slow. If he had another breath of time, he could have broken all the other 8 rune chains. The 2 bloodline primordial ancestors of the Cyan Rock clan and the War Lion clan would have been forced back to the ancestral land of their clans midway. Because the connection between the chains and the Netherworld Furnace was cut off, some kind of order would be disrupted. They would not be able to descend along this way. But it was too late to say anything now. There were no ifs in this world. With a sigh in his heart, the nine-headed blood dragon could only settle for the next best thing. The eyes of all 9 heads converged on the other 6 rune chains. As long as he could sever these 6 rune chains, and if the sliver of possibility that he had one really became a reality, then the large amount of all evil origin liquid within the netherworld furnace would only be divided into 3 portions. It was barely acceptable. The cyan rock and the double-headed war lion had just arrived, so they did not understand the situation here. However, they clearly felt a strong murderous intent just now. Moreover, it had a familiar aura, which belonged to their old friend, the nine-headed blood dragon. It was precisely because of this that vigilance appeared in the eyes of the azure sky rock and two-headed war lion as soon as they descended, and they stared intently at the nine-headed blood WIRM. They similarly ignored the 100+ ancestors of the various clans that were stunned in the surrounding space. In the eyes of the cyan rock and the double-headed war lion, they were just ants. The space was deathly silent. Only the 4 mechanical ferocious beasts from the Machine Clan seemed to be completely oblivious to everything that was happening in the surrounding space, and they were still ceaselessly nibbling away at the talisman markings chains with unrelenting delight. Following the gaze of the nine-headed blood dragon, the cyan rock and the double-headed war lion also landed on the last 6 rune chains. They were all powerful figures of the primordial era, and they were all beneficiaries of the benefits of the netherworld furnace. These 3 old fellows originally had the same standpoint and mindset. Chapter 39:12. Whoosh! With a faint sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared in the central region of the source of all evil. The interstellar coordinates that he had left behind in the star region of the source of all evil were imprinted in the central region's buffer zone. Although the current star region of the source of all evil was divided into the outer region, the central region's buffer zone, and the core region, and the barrier between the 3 regions had been open last time, Yi Xian had imprinted the interstellar coordinates. The location of the coordinates would not change. The netherworld furnace was originally deep in the core region of this star region, so the area in front of him where the aura was surging was still far away from Yi Xian. Even so, he could still feel the austere and oppressive aura. In fact, with the cultivation strength of the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion, the divine consciousness could completely cover the entire star region of the source of all evil. But at this moment, all of their attention was on the netherworld furnace, including the high-level ancestors of the various large clans and top forces from the 3 major dimensions. So, as soon as Yi Xian appeared, no one noticed him at all. In fact, to be safe, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique before activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His aura and figure were perfectly hidden, but with his current cultivation strength, even if he fully activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he could not escape the active detection of the quasi-primordial powerhouses. So, the moment his figure appeared in the center of the star region of the source of all evil, Yi Xian's left chest suddenly burned, and a green brilliance flashed and enveloped his whole body. Then he completely disappeared. The headless infant corpse attacked again. With the protection of his power, not to mention the quasi-primordial powerhouses, even if the primordial powerhouses or the supreme primordial powerhouses were here, they would not be able to see Yi Xian at all, and would not be able to sense his existence, unless the consciousness doppelganger of the heavenly Tao's green eye came. But for this, the headless infant corpse had obviously made arrangements, and was sure that the other party would not come in a short time. When his figure and aura completely disappeared, Yi Xian calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and shot toward the dark cauldron at top speed. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the depths of the root of all evil star field. He could see everything in front of him, since his aura and figure were completely concealed by the power of the headless infant corpse. No one sensed his arrival. The appearance of the 3 quasi-desolate ancient supreme beings shocked Yi Xian, but his gaze immediately fell onto the netherworld furnace. When he saw that the tens of thousands of rune chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid to the outside of the netherworld furnace had almost all been broken, Xianxia's heart suddenly relaxed. He had planned all of this for a reason. It was this kind of situation. Now that he had basically achieved his goal, he was naturally happy. However, the last 9 rune chains were really a headache. As long as these 9 rune chains were not broken, the benefits that Xian had planned for this time could not be considered stable. This was because even he was not sure whether the all-evil origin elixir in the Dark Cauldron would be transported to the 9 rune chains, according to its original distribution after all the other rune chains were broken, or would it be transported out along the remaining 9 rune chains. However, there were already 3 vigorous quasi-desolation experts in the area where the 9 rune chains were. Even if Xian was unwilling, he could not take action to resolve this matter on his own. If that happened, he would definitely be exposed. However, there were so many terrifying quasi-desolation experts in this star domain at the source of all evil, and there were only 9 rune chains left for the Dark Cauldron to transport the all-evil origin elixir. Xian believed that they would not disappoint him. His gaze quickly moved away from the Dark Cauldron because he had analyzed that the headless infant corpse had sent him to the source of all evil, definitely not because of the 9 rune chains. It was even more impossible that the headless infant corpse wanted him to seize the opportunity to obtain the good fortune in the Dark Cauldron. There was no hurry at all. Once the rune chains broke, he could go back at any time. Implement this matter. Xian's gaze quickly locked onto the 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. There was no other way. Among all the great beings present, apart from the 3 quasi-desolation experts, they were the most eye-catching. These are mechanical life forms. A dim light flashed in Xian's eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw the essence of these 3 mechanical ferocious beasts. At the same time, he made a connection in his mind. To be able to send out 4 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts, one could imagine their background. It was either D, E, or Devourer. The former was the leader of the Tianji clan, while the latter was the leader of the Automaton clan. Regardless of which possibility it was, Xian was very interested. If it was the former, Xian could very likely track down the current whereabouts of the Tianji clan through these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. If it was the latter, he could more or less understand some information related to the Automaton clan. It should be known that although the devouring system in his body was created by the technological pioneer of the human clan, Xingbo had been plotted against and killed by De. These seeds of the devouring system had actually been spread by Devourer. Regardless of whether it was Devourer, who had become the imperial teacher of the everlasting dynasty, or the entire Automaton clan under his command, which had almost never appeared in the world, they were all more mysterious than the Tianji clan. It could be said that from a certain perspective, Xian even hoped that these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts were from the Automaton clan. In fact, this was more likely because the Tianji clan had already moved away from the world. No matter how amazing the creation of a netherworld furnace was, it was impossible for De to reveal such an obvious flaw and openly send out a few quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts in front of the world. In addition, the way these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts engulfed the rune chains was indeed a little strange, so Xian could not help but think more about it. Now, he was basically sure of one thing, and that was that the reason the headless infant corpse had suddenly reminded him to come to the root of all evil Starfield was probably because of these quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. Xian was on the Demon Emperor planet, so he had no way of knowing what was happening in the root of all evil Starfield. However, this did not mean that the headless infant corpse was the same. Either he had left some sort of backup plan here, related to some special information transmission channel, or he was proficient in some sort of heaven-defying deduction method. For example, the heaven measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher seemed to be quite extraordinary, so there was no reason that an existence at the level of the headless infant corpse would not know about this. Of course, to Xian, The reason was actually completely unimportant. What was important was everything in front of him. However, the situation in front of him was obviously a little chaotic. Even if Xian wanted to make a move, he had to find the best opportunity to do so. Muttering to himself, he chose to lie low for the time being and wait for the right opportunity. After the azure sky rock and the two-headed battle lion understood everything, the three supreme existences at the quasi-primordial level merely exchanged a glance and reached a consensus. Chapter 39:13. Originally, there was no suspense at all. When the three great beings of the quasi-desolation attacked, it was only 6 rune chains. Without the self-defense of the netherworld furnace and the descent of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao's green eye to interfere, it was as easy as blowing off dust. However, right at this moment, a shocking change occurred again. Walala, roar! Among the 9 remaining rune chains, the 4th chain lit up again. At the end of the void, the rune engraved on the surface of the chain lit up instantly. This time, the speed was faster, and it spread to the end of the chain in an instant. At this point, the strange sound shook the sky, and the aura emitted by this chain was even more terrifying, making one's heart tremble. Even the 9-headed blood dragon, the cyan sky rock, and the 2-headed war lion, who had arrived one after another, widened their eyes at this moment. White hairs appeared on their backs, and their hands were about to attack, but halfway, they all stopped. In the next instant, the chains rattled as the enormous cauldron rumbled and shook the heavens. Along with this, the furious roar of a Qilin resounded through the sky, and it shook the entire expanse of space in the root of all evil to the point of shaking. Immediately after, a huge figure of 100,000 feet darted out from the rune chains and rushed into the sky. The aura of a great being from the primordial era swept through the world, and the surrounding void trembled inch by inch, as if it could collapse at any time. The more than 100 great beings of the ancestor level from both sides, who were originally in a daze in the void, were all horrified, and they all retreated rapidly, retreating into the distance. Only the 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the automaton race were still engrossed in devouring the rune chains as before. However, this aura was too terrifying. In just a moment, the mechanical ferocious beast closest to the netherworld furnace had completely exploded and was completely annihilated. Even so, the other 3 seemed to be unaware and continued to devour. Boom! Boom! Several earth-shattering explosions were heard, and a part of the alloy bodies of the 3 mechanical ferocious beasts exploded, about 1/3 of them. However, as a green light flashed in the wreckage, this situation was instantly interrupted. Some kind of amazing defensive array was left in the bodies of the 3 alloy ferocious beasts. At this time, it was activated and finally resisted the terrifying aura of a great being from the primordial era. Kacha, kacha! Crisp sounds continued as the talisman markings chains were still being nibbled away, and this scene caused everyone to be speechless. The 100-plus ancestors from both sides that had already retreated to the distant space looked at each other, and their expressions carried a strange expression amidst their astonishment. This time, it was none other than the Scarlet Unicorn who had come to the root of all Evil Star region with the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile. A Supreme Being level energy clone finally arrived, hovering above the core of this star area, looking around disdainfully. The pressure was terrifying. After all, this was the will of a primordial paragon. Even though it was a primordial paragon who had been injured for countless years and had yet to fully recover, it was still a primordial paragon. However, a supreme being was still a supreme being. Even if he wasn't in his best condition, that formless pressure was still terrifying. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around him, everything was under his control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born, and stars fell. Although this primordial paragon wasn't as powerful as the Void Tortoise, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the primordial paragon when he was in his peak condition. Now, his injuries had yet to fully recover, and his original body had just recovered to the peak of the primordial paragon. This energy clone that had followed the talisman markings chains of the netherworld furnace to this place was only at the early stage of the primordial paragon. Even so, it was far more powerful than a nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion that had arrived before him. The situation instantly became tense, and it was simply suffocating. Among the energy clones of the four supreme existences, one of them had reached the early stage of the primordial paragon, and the other three were quasi-primordial paragons. 1 against 3, the strong against the weak. There was a boundless murderous intent in the air. The entire space was completely stagnant at this moment, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was horrifying. Before this energy clone of the Scarlet Unicorn appeared, it had clearly sensed the chilling, killing intent from the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion. At this moment, as soon as it arrived, its aura was locked onto these three quasi-primordial paragons. Its aura was cold, and it had a sign that it would attack at any time. In the battle of the primordial paragon, although they belonged to the same camp and were all generals under the heavenly eye of the heavens, they weren't familiar with each other. After all, they weren't on the same level at all. The Scarlet Unicorn was the primordial paragon back then, whereas the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion were merely primordial paragons. The difference between them was equivalent to a commander and a general. Back then, the heavenly eye of the heavens obviously had a lot of commanders at the primordial paragon level. The nine-headed blood dragon and the others weren't under the command of the Scarlet Unicorn, so it was even more impossible for them to have any interaction with each other. Moreover, now was the later generation after the passage of countless years. Everything back then had already gone with the wind, and the so-called comrades in arms basically didn't exist anymore. As the primordial paragon, it was provoked by three little generals who were merely primordial paragons back then. If it had come a little later, the other party might have even attacked. To the Scarlet Unicorn, the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion's actions were tantamount to offending the heaven's might. Do you want to die? Or with the merciless passage of time, you've long forgotten my supreme, ferocious might back then? Roar! The Scarlet Unicorn wasn't in a hurry to kill the three quasi-primordial paragons in front of it right away. Although the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion weren't like ants to it. In fact, they weren't much better. Even though quasi-primordial paragons were only quasi-primordial paragons when compared to true primordial paragons, the gap between their cultivations and abilities was no different than the gap between the heavens and the earth. The Scarlet Unicorn had a proud expression as it spoke coldly, and its tone revealed dense indifference and laziness. Not too long ago, it had descended to the root of all evil out of rage because of being schemed against. How long had it been since then? A similar incident had actually occurred once more. This time, the talisman marking chains that transported the product of the nether furnace, the evil liquid, had almost been severed into two. This was an absolutely unforgivable crime to the Scarlet Unicorn. These three ancient existences at the quasi-primordial paragon's level before it had already been decided by it, and it had secretly announced the outcome of their deaths. But before that, it still needed to rely on these three fellows to fiercely deter the coveting gazes that were concealed in the shadows. Otherwise, if a similar incident were to occur once more, then wouldn't it be exhausting for its life? After all, it couldn't stay here for long because it was too dangerous. So, the Scarlet Unicorn had to make an example to others, and the nine-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and two-headed battle lion before it were its prey. Chapter 39:14. Judging from the Scarlet Unicorn's words, it was clear that it wanted to kill the three of them as an example to others. The faces of the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion instantly turned gloomy. Although they only had the strength of a powerful figure from the primordial age and were indeed weaker than the Scarlet Unicorn, who was in the early stage of the primordial age, they had once stood on the throne of the powerful figures and stood proudly in the primordial age. Now, They were being treated like this by the Scarlet Unicorn in front of a group of ants of the later generations. How could they endure this? This was simply a blatant humiliation that they couldn't accept no matter what. The nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances, and their gazes fell on the last 5 rune chains one after another. They suppressed the resentment in their hearts and spoke in a low voice. "Fellow cultivator, there is no grudge between us. Now that the situation is like this, just now, if it were you, you would have done the same thing." That's right. The 5 rune chains may descend on other powerful figures at any time. Perhaps the next one will be a supreme primordial age. In other words, it was reminding the Scarlet Unicorn not to only care about showing off. The interests in front of them were the most important. Although you're a powerful figure from the primordial age, the other 5 rune chains may descend on existences of the same level as you at any time, or even stronger. At the same time, it was tantamount to another kind of hint. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were expressing their goodwill, indicating that they could join forces. In this way, even if the next 5 rune chains really had a powerful figure from the primordial age, with their help, the Scarlet Unicorn could definitely suppress the opponent. Once the Scarlet Unicorn nodded and acknowledged this kind of surrender, there was more than a 90% chance that he wouldn't suddenly turn against them and kill the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. The supreme primordial age had the pride of a supreme primordial age. The 3 of them were well aware of this point. In fact, what they were most eager to see now was an existence that was not weaker than the Scarlet Unicorn suddenly descend from one of the rune chains. In this way, even if the Scarlet Unicorn didn't listen to them, they could very well side with the newly descended supreme primordial age and deal with the Scarlet Unicorn together. At that time, the 3 supreme primordial age existences were no different from rare goods, because basically no matter which side they sided side. The unicorn's chances of victory. Unicorns azure sky rock, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion, but it was obviously not moved was unicorn was to them. But it was obviously that was not to them. But it was obviously it was not to them, but it says but it was not to's. But unicorn, azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. Unicorn, the rock. Its cultivation strength had now been restored to the peak of the supreme primordial age, and the Scarlet Unicorn was sure that it was basically impossible for there to be a supreme primordial age alive in this world. Or it could be said that the supreme primordial age who had been restored was at most the same as itself, restored to the peak of the supreme primordial age. If that was the case, this kind of existence would come along the rune chains in the form of an energy doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength would at most be at the early stage of the supreme primordial age, which belonged to the same level as itself. As long as there was no interference from the 3 supreme primordial age existences in front of it, the Scarlet Unicorn was not at all in a battle of the same level. He was not afraid of anyone. In other words, even if there was a supreme primordial age expert descending now, what the Scarlet Unicorn had to do was to kill the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion immediately, completely eliminating the hidden danger. The 9-headed blood dragon and the 2-headed battle lion did not expect him to have such thoughts at all. That was because they did not understand the Scarlet Unicorn at all. But from his words at this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion could tell that he refused to surrender. He even ridiculed them for not being as strong as the supreme primordial age expert. The bearing and majesty of the supreme primordial age expert. This was the rhythm of not being able to reach an agreement. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion exchanged glances again, and the aura in their bodies instantly became fierce. Now, they could only fight to the death. In that case, we can only fight. It's not like we haven't reached the level of the supreme primordial age expert before. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Roar. The 3 supreme primordial age existences roared at the same time, and the aura in their bodies surged endlessly. In the blink of an eye, their bodies, which were originally about 10,000 feet tall, all soared 100 times, reaching 10,000 feet tall. One of them was the nine-headed blood dragon, whose entire body was blood red, and each of its scales was like a towering mountain peak. Its aura was extremely violent, and the entire void trembled slightly under this violent pressure. One of them was the azure sky rock, whose entire body was green. Every feather was the same, and there were no other colors. When it slightly spread its wings, the void of the universe seemed like it was about to shatter inch by inch. Among the three half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts that were engrossed in gnawing on the rune chains, one of them was slightly closer to the azure sky rock, and it was slightly scratched by the fierce aura that surged out when it spread its wings. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. There was no violent explosion, but the entire body of the half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beast disintegrated in an instant. Its huge body cracked inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it died an unnatural death. The last one was a two-headed giant lion with two gigantic, ferocious beast heads. Its entire body was blood red, and it revealed a touch of unusual color. There was an endless amount of blood-red fog that spread out from its body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a part of the void, covering the entire body of this gigantic, two-headed giant lion. Its entire body was shrouded, and not a single trace of it could be seen. The bloodline power of this two-headed war lion was clearly not only ferocious and battle-thirsty. Just from this illusory blood-red fog, it could be seen that it was most likely proficient in some kind of bewitching ability, which could create illusions during battle and severely injure the opponent. Are you all trying to resist? You're really making me laugh to death. 3 ants actually want to challenge the might of the heavens? The blood-red unicorn sneered, and the aura that surged out of its body became even more intense. However, its tone was still filled with ridicule and disdain. It could be seen that these 3 powerful beings whose strength had dropped to the level of great beings of the quasi-desolation era were indeed not in its eyes at all. It could kill them with a raise of its hand. As its words fell, the blood-red unicorn seemed to feel a little bored. It was enough to play around with these ants. If it was too entangled with them, it would instead seem that it was degrading itself. It already felt bored and was ready to make a move. Chapter 39:15. Clang. With the sound of chains, the 5th rune chain quickly lit up and spread from the other end of the void to the netherworld cauldron at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, the scarlet unicorn frowned and sneered. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were extremely excited. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. They didn't expect that it would really come true. The scarlet unicorn was too arrogant, but it didn't matter. As long as another powerful existence from the primordial era came, when the 2 tigers fought, the battle strength of the 3 quasi-primordial era powerhouses will become a rare commodity worth hoarding. No matter which side they sided with, they would be able to survive. Existences at this level basically wouldn't go back on their words. They had their own pride. Moo! A high-pitched roar was heard. Then, from the rune chain that suddenly lit up, an iron-spike devil rhinoceros with a body of 10,000 feet long rushed out. Its whole body was greenish-black, and its skin was coarse and rough. This was obviously an energy doppelganger. Its cultivation strength was also at the quasi-primordial era powerhouse level. Obviously, its original body had just recovered to the early primordial era powerhouse level, like the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. After probing the opponent's cultivation realm, the 9-headed blood dragon and the others couldn't help but feel nervous again. A feeling of disappointment spontaneously arose. After all, it wasn't a real primordial era powerhouse who came, but in general, it was better than nothing. At least this iron-spike devil rhinoceros was known for its resistance even in the distant primordial era. Although this was only an energy doppelganger and not its original body, its attributes were the same. If there were only 3 quasi-primordial era powerhouses before, They basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed one by one in the face of the Scarlet Unicorn. But now, with this Iron Spike Devil Rhinoceros, the four quasi-primordial era powerhouses didn't dare to say that they could win against the Scarlet Unicorn, but at least their chances of survival suddenly increased by a lot. Not to mention that there were still 4 rune chains left, and another being from the primordial era might descend at any moment. Even if it was still an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era, under the situation of 5 against 1, they would at least possess the qualifications to fight against the Blood Shielan. But before that, they had to draw this Iron Spike Devil Rhino to their side. The 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the 2-headed Battle Lion exchanged glances and looked at the Iron Spike Devil Rhinoceros at the same time. They nodded slightly as a sign of goodwill. Then, they looked at the Scarlet Unicorn and sneered. "Unicorn, do you still insist?" Just now, it was only divided into 4 portions. Now, it has become 5 portions. If we continue to persist, it is extremely likely that the product in the Netherworld Furnace will be divided into 9 portions. The more cultivators from the primordial era descend, the safer we will be. At least for now, you won't be able to kill us easily. Or you can still try and see if you can kill the 3 of us and this fellow cultivator from the Iron Spike Devil Rhino without suffering any damage. These words were a deliberate guide. They casually drew the Iron Spike Devil Rhino that had just descended to their side. Moreover, they expressed their attitude at the beginning that the Iron Spike Devil Rhino was qualified to have a share of the spoils. The latter had originally come for this, so he naturally paid the most attention to this point. I have to say, in a 1 versus 4 situation, you can indeed hold on for a while. The Scarlet Unicorn still sneered, but the expression on his face gradually became strange. His tone also became a little strange. Unfortunately, this Iron Spike Devil Rhino came at the wrong time. He is destined to die innocently. I'm afraid your plan will be in vain. Roar. This was obviously a blatant contempt and humiliation. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino had just descended and had not figured out the situation, but it was actually issued a death notice. Moreover, the other party's tone was so firm that it did not take it seriously at all. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino was furious and immediately raised its head and roared. Before he could finish his furious roar, a muffled puffing sound rang out. The Iron Spike Devil Rhinoceros's head, that was raised high up in the air, was actually separated from its body and flew high into the air. However, there was no blood sputtering out of its neck because this was originally an energy body. Its head was bitten off, and it was severely injured. It was only destroyed. It was just that its body dissipated. In the next moment, before the Iron Spike Devil Rhino's energy clone completely dissipated, a slender figure appeared behind it. This was the 9U demon crocodile that had followed the rune chain with the Scarlet Unicorn when the first accident happened in the furnace. This 9U demon crocodile naturally descended in the form of an energy clone, but its cultivation strength was the same as the Scarlet Unicorn at the early stage of the Desolate Era. The reason why it could appear silently, and even the rune chain did not light up, and there was no rustling sound, was because it had some kind of bloodline of the 9U demon crocodile. It was related to the divine ability. In fact, it descended almost at the same time as the Iron Spike Devil Rhino whose clone had been destroyed, but its figure did not appear. However, the Scarlet Unicorn, as an ancient mighty figure of the same level as him, sensed a trace of its aura. Otherwise, it would not have said those words and made such a judgment with such certainty. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino's fate of death. All of this, the weaker 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed War Lion were completely unaware of it. At this moment, the Iron Spike Devil Rhino's energy clone had completely dissipated, and the 9U demon crocodile, who was only about 10,000 feet tall, was also staring at them coldly. When he realized it, a chill immediately appeared on his back. Anyone could see that the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9U demon crocodile were clearly on the same side. Right now, the Iron Spike Devil Rhino was already dead. It had just descended, and before it could figure out the situation, its energy clone was beheaded, and then it disappeared with a bang. The nine-headed blood flood dragon's side only had 3 existences of the quasi-desolation level, but the other side had 2 real mighty figures of the desolate era. The balance of the battle strength was too tilted. There was no possibility of fighting back, and there was no chance for them to even struggle. Once the battle started, the only result was that they would be killed instantly. But the difference was not too big. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The nine-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed war lion's hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. While they were secretly complaining, they looked at the last 3 rune chains as if they were asking for help. Even if this energy doppelganger was killed like the iron-spiked devil rhinoceros, they would not truly die. After all, it was only an energy doppelganger and not their true bodies. Chapter 39:16. Ever since the 9-headed blood dragon descended upon this place following the rune chains, the leading role of this star field, the source of all evil, had silently changed. Including the 8 undying old monsters, close to 200 high-level ancestors from various races and powers had rushed over from the 3 major dimensions. They were originally fighting to the death here, tossing and turning about happily. But now, all of them had retreated tens of millions of kilometers away, giving up the leading role in this star field. They were reduced to supporting characters. No, actually, they couldn't even be considered as supporting characters or spectators. At most, they were just bystanders. This was truly a little embarrassing. The group of high-level ancestors were all embarrassed, but they were unwilling to leave. On one hand, it seemed that the edge of the netherworld cauldron in front of them was gradually getting into a conflict. Before the final outcome was decided, they might still have chance. On the other hand, a battle of this level was also a kind of opportunity for them. Even if they could only observe from a distance, it was still beneficial for them to comprehend their realms and powers. However, as the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. Today, the people who were about to break out into conflict were all existences at the quasi-desolation level and above. If a great battle really broke out, no one knew what kind of scene it would be. Therefore, the group of high-level ancestors from various races and powers all tried their best to stay as far away as possible, retreating tens of millions of kilometers into the distant void space. Only the 2 remaining half-step universe-level ferocious beasts were still, as before, engrossed in chewing on the rune chains. In addition, Xianxia, who was protected by the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse, had restrained his figure and aura. At this moment, he had also approached the 2 ferocious beasts. His eyes flickered as he seriously sized up these 2 powerful ferocious beasts. The rune chains of the netherworld cauldron were naturally extraordinary, but now they had been bombarded and collapsed. The connection with the netherworld cauldron had been cut off, and the order field within the rune chains had fallen into chaos, possibly even dissipating. It could be said that its power had been greatly weakened, and the strength of these 2 ferocious beasts was already extraordinary, reaching half-step universe level. Moreover, their teeth were obviously made of special materials. Therefore, the speed at which they chewed on these rune chains could be said to be so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In a short period of time, only a little over 1,000 talisman marking chains remained from the original 10,000-plus talisman marking chains that had been blasted apart, and the rest had been completely eaten clean. Of course, the ferocious mechanical beasts had also paid a heavy price for this. They originally had 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, but now only 2 were left. Judging from the current situation, if nothing unexpected happened, the last 1,000-plus rune chains should be eaten clean by the 2 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts very soon. After that, they ought to retreat immediately because the sole objective of these 4 mechanical ferocious beasts upon arriving at the root of all evil was to gnaw on the talisman marking chains. This was something that had long since been proven through their actions. This was obviously very strange. Even Xianxia felt a little suspicious. The metal used to create these rune chains must be extremely special. It must be a top-notch material. There was no doubt about this. However, if it was just this, it was obviously not enough to make De of the Tianji clan or Deir of the Automaton clan send out 4 half-step universe-level automaton, ferocious beasts, and risk their lives. They rushed to the root of all evil starfield in order to nibble away at the root of all evil. Xian observed closely and quickly discovered that when the 2 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts were gnawing on the talisman marking chains, the talisman markings on the chains did not shatter along with the fragments of the chains. Every single talisman markings appeared when the chains were chewed into pieces by the sharp teeth of the automaton ferocious beasts. They all disappeared. Every single talisman marking chain was very long, and all sorts of cryptic talisman markings with completely unknown meanings were engraved on the links of the chains. When these 10,000 chains were added together, the total amount of these mysterious talisman markings of various shapes and forms would be a terrifying number. Xian understood. If nothing unexpected happened, the true objective of these few half-step universe-level automaton, ferocious beasts, should not be the metal used to create the talisman marking chains, but the countless mysterious talisman markings that were engraved on the chains. The Netherworld Furnace Void Refining Array was the work of the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao. It was personally created by the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao, including these talisman marking chains. Just from this point alone, the level of the countless talisman markings on the talisman marking chains was definitely not simple. The Tianji clan, or the Automaton clan, were coveting these talisman markings. Perhaps they did not understand the profound meaning behind each of these talisman markings, but it was also because of this that they were so concerned about them. Today, they had sent these 4 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts to nibble on the talisman marking chains. On the surface, it seemed that they wanted to obtain this top-grade, mysterious metal. However, this was merely a side benefit. The true goal was these countless mysterious talisman markings that came from the hands of the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao. They might represent some kind of unknown and powerful force. And the reason why the headless infant corpse reminded Xian to come to the root of all evil starfield at this time. If there were no accidents, its goal should also be the countless talisman markings on the chains. After fully comprehending this point, Xian sank into deep thought. He felt extremely troubled. He didn't have any automaton beasts. He couldn't use this method of nibbling on the chains to obtain the countless mysterious talisman markings on the chains. In reality, even if there were, it was already too late. Of the 10,000-plus broken rune chains, most of them had already been gnawed away. Only a little over 1,000 remained. Furthermore, with the speed of these 2 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts, even the last 1,000-plus rune chains would be gnawed away very soon. They would be completely eaten. The only way was to directly steal them. However, if he did that, Xian would definitely be exposed. What's more, if he used force to steal them, Xian himself didn't have the ability to do so. These 2 surviving automaton beasts were both Sector Lord Level 9 perfect. No matter how heaven-defying Xian's methods were, he still hadn't matured. The current him, how could he deal with these half-step universe-level supreme beings? Screech. At this time, just as Xian was feeling helpless, in the distance near the Netherworld Furnace, a monstrous screech suddenly sounded. Turning around, the bloodline ancestor from the second universe's Blood Dragon clan, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. This was clearly a prelude to a battle. He was preparing to fight with his life on the line. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out, instantly causing the automaton beast that was slightly closer to the 9-headed Blood Dragon to suffer. The mysterious energy barrier that originally enveloped its enormous body suddenly dimmed at a corner. The 9-headed Blood Dragon's terrifying pressure took advantage of this gap and instantly entered, causing half of the automaton beast's body to explode. Its body rapidly fell into the depths of the void below. Xian's eyes flashed. His chance had come. Chapter 39:17. Show. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The huge alloy body of the ferocious mechanical beast plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void like a meteor. The energy shield that surged out from its body was obviously quite extraordinary. After all, the ferocious mechanical beast was a half-step universe-level existence. An attack that could force it to use its energy shield to defend itself naturally could not be an ordinary power. From this perspective, one could analyze this kind of energy shield. The grade of the shield was very high. Even the terrifying pressure that suddenly erupted from the body of the nine-headed blood dragon of the quasi-desolation era only caused a temporary problem with the energy shield in the ferocious mechanical beast's body. However, at this moment, that corner of the energy shield that had suddenly dimmed had fully recovered. Therefore, the remnants of the ferocious mechanical beast's body did not suffer any subsequent attacks or damage. However, even so, its huge body still plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void uncontrollably. This could only mean one thing. Although its alloy body was saved, the electronic consciousness in this alloy body had suffered extremely serious damage in that instant just now. It could not even control its body. This was definitely the rhythm of the electronic consciousness on the verge of extinction. It was the same principle as when the soul consciousness of a flesh and blood life form was severely damaged. For Xianxia, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had an electronic body, and its body was a shell of Di's body. What entered that shell was Xianxia's combination of the electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clan juniors. After that, he added a wisp of his own spiritual sense origin. After a perfect combination, he created a complete set of electronic consciousnesses. A new electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was actually an electronic life form that belonged exclusively to Xianxia. Now, Xianxia had already activated it and retreated from the shell of Di's body. It could shoot out at any time and enter the body of the ferocious mechanical beast below to carry out an electronic invasion. It was equivalent to a flesh and blood life form. Possession. However, even if this ferocious mechanical beast was severely injured and waiting to die, it was still a half-step universe-level existence after all. Xianxia's electronic body only had the strength of a universe level 1. Even if he took advantage of this opportunity to enter, he might not be able to successfully devour the other party. Instead, it was more likely that he would fall and be swallowed by the other party instead. It was also at this moment that the zombie lantern tattoo on Xianxia's left chest suddenly heated up. A wisp of energy was transmitted out and entered Xianxia's electronic doppelganger. The so-called electronic doppelganger was actually a unique stream of data with a life of its own. When it existed independently, it was in the form of a small cluster of white light. Now, after the mysterious power separated from the headless baby corpse poured in, the original white light ball had a slight hint of green. Xianxia understood in his heart. Without hesitation, he shook his hand and shot out, heading straight for the rapidly falling mechanical beast below. With the mysterious energy protection of the headless infant corpse, not only could Xianxia's electronic doppelganger easily pass through the energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and enter its body, it could also ensure that no accidents would occur during the process of devouring and seizing the body. Moreover, when this weak cluster of light shot out, it would not be noticed by anyone. Just like Xianxia right now, his entire body and all of his aura were perfectly concealed. In fact, even without the protection of the headless infant corpse, this tiny light that could be said to be as small as a firefly's glow would not attract anyone's attention. The attention of the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various clans in the distance above the void was all focused on the vicinity of the netherworld furnace. As for the terrifying existences like the nine-headed blood dragon, they obviously had no interest in paying attention to the ants in the surrounding area. Whoosh! In less than half an instant, Xianxia's electronic doppelganger entered the layer of energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and directly entered its body. Then, it immediately began to infiltrate and devour on the electronic level. For an electronic life form, this was seizing the body. Once the seizing was successful, the original electronic consciousness of the mechanical beast would completely disappear. All of the data in this electronic consciousness, which was also its memories, would be perfectly and completely copied. To put it simply, the electronic consciousness inside the mechanical beast would henceforth be replaced by Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. Moreover, no flaws could be found. Of course, if the clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, DE, or the clan leader of the mechanical clan, Devourer, were to carefully investigate, they might be able to find some clues. This was originally Yi Xian's only worry. However, with the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added to the light mass of the electronic consciousness, this kind of worry was obviously unnecessary. No matter how powerful DE and Devourer were, how could they break the headless infant corpse's technique? They were not existences on the same level at all. After 3 breaths, the mechanical beast, which had been maintaining a state of acceleration and falling down toward the void below, suddenly stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The electronic doppelganger's infiltration and seizing the body had finally succeeded. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The electronic consciousness, which had successfully seized the body, was transmitting a large amount of data that it had just swallowed. The system asked Yi Xian if he would like to receive it immediately. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. Receive it immediately. All of the information will be stored in the system's database. Immediately begin data analysis and deduction. The data transmission immediately started. Yi Xian only needed to take a glance to determine the origin of this mechanical beast. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, these 4 mechanical beasts were completely unrelated to the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were all from the mechanical clan and had been instructed by the clan leader of the mechanical clan, who was also the imperial tutor of the immortal dynasty, Devourer, to come to the Star region, the source of all evil, to nibble away at the rune chains. As for the purpose of doing so, it was also the same as Yi Xian's previous speculations. Obtaining the top-grade metal used to forge these chains was only secondary. More importantly, it was to obtain the countless mysterious runes etched on the chains. For this reason, Devourer had clearly made meticulous preparations. Not only had the fangs of these 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts been forged by Devourer using some special material, but he had also constructed 4 interconnected miniature directional teleportation arrays in their bodies. In other words, although 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had already fallen, in fact, the top-grade metal that the 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had eaten and the large number of mysterious runes obtained from them had not been lost or destroyed because of this. Chapter 39:18. The leader of the automaton tribe, Devourer, had obviously considered the possibility of these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts being captured, so he had specifically taken precautions. In the data transmitted by the electronic doppelganger, the furthest memory that Yi Xian could trace back to was that these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts had rushed out of a wormhole-like whirlpool and appeared in a giant underground space. In the image, the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty, Devourer, stood on a high platform expressionlessly. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was also at the sector lord level. However, Yi Xian did not believe this at all. This was because Devaurer's cultivation strength should be similar to De's. At least, the difference should not be too big. As the leader of the Tianji tribe, De could dominate the first universe for tens of thousands of years. How could his cultivation be weak? One had to know that in the ancestral lands of the Space Rat tribe and the Hell Ant tribe, there were all immortal-level ancestors in deep slumber, including the demons. De was weak, but his cultivation strength could not be lower than the immortal level. From this, one could basically infer the lower limit of Devaurer's cultivation strength. Unfortunately, in that giant underground space that was suspected to be somewhere on the immortal planet, Devourer did not have any communication with these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, nor did he give any verbal instructions. The image changed, and the four ferocious mechanical beasts had already arrived at the source of all evil through some extremely powerful teleportation formation. The star region, all the memories of before they had rushed out of the wormhole-like whirlpool were blank. Clearly, Dier had already erased them. According to Yi Xian's speculation, the other end of the wormhole-like whirlpool should be an independent small world like a secret realm or a grotto heaven. That place should be the automaton tribe's nest, or in other words, their main camp. Although Dier had not been an enemy of the human tribe, and had even become the imperial advisor of the Immortal Dynasty in the human tribe's technological camp, Yi Xian had always been wary of Dier and his automaton tribe. This was because they were too mysterious and seemed to be related to Yi Xian. Although the devouring system in his body was the invention of the human tribe's technological pioneer, Xingbo, it was spread out through Dier's hands. The devouring system had indeed given Yi Xian a great opportunity. Without the devouring system, he would not be who he was today. However, ever since he met the first system carrier and activated the so-called system competition mission between the two of them, Yi Xian's heart was alarmed. He had been thinking about what kind of changes the devouring system would bring to his body when it evolved to the final level. Or rather, whether this change was a good thing or a nightmare. Based on this point, it was understandable that Yi Xian was wary of Dier. It was a pity that both Dier and the machine tribe were too mysterious. No one from the machine tribe was walking around in the outside world. This was also abnormal and strange. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Xian couldn't find an opportunity to come into contact with the mechanical race and use this opportunity to investigate the truth. And now, this opportunity had clearly arrived. His electronic doppelganger had successfully possessed a sector Lord-level ominous beast. Yi Xian planned to let the electronic doppelganger use this new identity to return to the automaton tribe. It could be considered a form of infiltration and infiltration. If not for the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added into the electronic doppelganger, Yi Xian might not have dared to do this. Since Dier was able to erase all the memory data of these four ominous beasts, it was very likely that he could see that this ominous beast had been possessed. That was tantamount to putting his electronic doppelganger in danger. However, this was no longer a problem. Yi Xian was still very confident about the headless infant corpse. There was no need to doubt its level. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger had finished receiving the data transmitted, including those mysterious runes. Among the data transmitted, there was also a copy. That's right, it was only a copy. The countless runes etched on the chain directly turned into rune energy after entering the ominous beast's body as the chain was gnawed. Now, they were stored in the ominous beast's body together with the mysterious metal that had been chewed up. Originally, Yi Xian was extremely tempted by the mysterious metal and the runes that had turned into energy balls. He wanted to use his methods to take them all. However, if he did that, the ominous beast that had been possessed by his electronic doppelganger would not be able to complete the mission of infiltrating the automaton tribe's lair. If he did not report back, it would definitely arouse Dier's suspicion. Forget it. Anyway, even if I take it now, it's only half. The other half is in another ominous beast's body. It's meaningless. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He temporarily gave up on coveting the mysterious metal and rune energy balls in the ominous beast's body. Everything was still more important for him to infiltrate the automaton tribe's lair. After all, as long as he completed this mission, if these mysterious metal and rune energy balls were really extremely important, there was also a possibility of stealing them in the future. Right at this moment, the electronic doppelganger sent another message. The other mechanical beast in the void above had already eaten up the last 1,000 or so rune chains in a short period of time. According to the program set by Dier earlier, after completing all this, the surviving mechanical beast was left with no choice but to follow the program set by Dier. No matter how many of them there were, they had to activate the directional teleportation array in their bodies and return immediately. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave a response. Then, somewhere in the void above, A small wormhole-like vortex appeared almost at the same time in front of the ominous beast that had been possessed by the electronic doppelganger. The two ominous beasts did not hesitate at all. Their bodies shook and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the vortex. Then, the two small wormhole vortexes instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Roar, screech, rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the void above. It was accompanied by a furious roar and two violent howls. Yixian turned his head to look, and his expression could not help but change slightly. The bloody unicorn had already made its move. It was as if it was playing a game, fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. It simply raised its right forelimb and pressed down. There was no fluctuation in the void, and no energy leaked out. However, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion that had joined forces to resist this attack were instantly met with a great disaster. The 9-headed blood dragon's 4 heads directly exploded. The azure sky rock also broke the huge wing on its right side. The 2-headed battle lion was also seriously injured. One of the 2 ferocious lion heads exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. This scene was too shocking. The moment an existence at the level of a primordial god attacked, it was indeed extraordinary. It made more than 100 high-level ancestors of various clans who were watching the battle from a distance in the void thousands of miles away turn pale. Their bodies were so shocked that they started trembling slightly. Ants will always be ants. You can't even withstand a casual attack from me. Chapter 39:19. Walala. Before the crimson unicorn's sneer faded away, one of the 9 rune chains connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron suddenly trembled. A strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, causing his expression to change instantly. He exclaimed, "The peak of the remote antiquity era? This is impossible." The runes on the chain lit up, and a deafening clattering sound was heard. This was clearly an energy clone of a remote antiquity era creature. It was following this rune chain and was about to descend. This was nothing. The crimson unicorn, the 9-hued demon crocodile, and the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion had all descended in this way. However, it was precisely because they had also used this method to descend that the blood-colored Qilin was incomparably clear that the existence that was swiftly rushing over from within the rattling runic chain was merely an energy avatar. The main body was unable to descend in such a manner. However, the aura that was coming from the chain was clearly that of a peak remote antiquity era creature. What did this mean? If an energy clone was already at the peak of the remote antiquity era, then the real body of this existence that was about to descend was definitely a supreme master of the remote antiquity era. At this moment, as the crimson unicorn's words sounded, the 9-hued demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the other 3 powerful remote antiquity era creatures finally reacted. After realizing the situation in front of them, they all exclaimed in horror. The strength of a certain existence has already recovered to the level of a supreme master of the remote antiquity? Who is this? A living supreme master. This is too shocking. Even if the energy clone that descended today is only at the peak of the remote antiquity era, it is enough to crush everything. Stop him. We must stop him immediately. Otherwise, once he descends, we will all die. You too, are you still attacking us? If we don't work together, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop you from breaking this rune chain. Since we're going to die, we will die together. The last sentence was roared out by the bloodline ancestor of the Second Universe's Blood Dragon clan, the 9-headed blood dragon. He originally thought that he, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion were definitely going to die this time. Although it was only an energy avatar, after it died, the effect on his original body was still not bad. It was bearable. Right now, they were heavily injured by the Crimson Qilin's attack. Just as they were about to be completely annihilated with another attack, such an unexpected turn of events occurred. A Primordial Supreme's energy clone was about to descend upon them. To the 9-headed blood WRM, Azure Rock, and twin-headed war lion, This was absolutely a piece of extremely good news. The Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile were strong, but they had not recovered to their peak state. Their original bodies were only at the middle stage of the Desolation era, and their energy clones were even weaker, only at the early stage of the Desolation era. It was enough to crush the 9-headed blood dragon and the other two. However, if they were to face the terrifying existence that was about to descend, they were not even comparable to ants. The disparity in strength had already surpassed the disparity between them and a 9-headed blood dragon. After all, there was only a small difference between a grand expert of the quasi-desolate era and an early desolate era. However, there was a difference of 2 small realms between an early desolate era and a peak desolate era. If this existence whose energy clone had already reached the peak desolate era officially descended, the energy clones of the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile would definitely die. The only chance of survival was to break this rune chain and cut off the connection between it and the Netherworld Cauldron before the other party descended. In this way, the other party's energy clone would lose its coordinates. Moreover, after the chain was broken, the rune field of order would be chaotic and it would not be able to return. It could only retreat quickly to protect itself. It was precisely because of this that the 9-headed blood dragon dared to force the other party to give up. Anyway, they would die. If the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile did not agree to join forces, the 3 of them could indeed buy some time by risking their lives. They could prevent the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile from breaking the rune chain. The arrival of that existence was to buy time. At that time, when the other party arrived, they would just die together. This was forcing the other party to give up, and it was an overt plot. However, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile had no choice but to comply because this concerned their life and death. Once they agreed to join forces with their status, it was impossible for them to go back on their words. Even if they hated the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion to the core, if they wanted to kill them, they would have to wait until the next time. Existences at this level all cherished their feathers. None of them wanted to bear the evil reputation of disgrace. Although this was extremely sullen, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile did not hesitate at all. They immediately made a choice and responded. Roar. If you win, you can live for a few more days. The next time we meet, we will definitely kill you. Don't say any more. Attack immediately. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Screech. Amidst the furious roars, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile attacked almost at the same time. They attacked the rune chain with all their strength that was making a loud noise. The energy was so majestic that the entire void was trembling. Even the Netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a star, was shaking slightly. This was 2 powerful existences from the primordial era attacking with all their strength at the same time. If not for the fact that the green eye of the heavenly Tao had specially reinforced the star domain with the power of the array formation, the entire star domain would have collapsed. At this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed battle lion's hearts were all in their throats. Previously, they were almost certain to die. But now, with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile gritting their teeth and agreeing, although they did not attack, they had a slim chance of survival. As long as this rune chain was broken, that terrifying existence would not be able to descend. Then, even if the 3 of them had formed an irreconcilable feud with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile this time, and there would be many troubles in the future, at least for today, this energy clone could still be saved. But all of this was still undecided. Everything depended on whether the joint attack of the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile could break this rune chain that represented a terrifying nightmare in time. If it failed, the slim chance of survival that they had seen just now would undoubtedly be extinguished in an instant. It had to be said that life's encounters were really too emotional. At this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed battle lion felt this in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still eagerly hoping that a powerful existence would come along the rune chain to save them from the fire and water. But now, that person had really come, but their hearts were in their throats, and they were afraid that the other party would really descend. Such a state of mind was really King exciting. You guys are so afraid of the arrival of this venerable one. How many shameful things have you guys done? If you don't do shameful things, be careful of being struck by lightning. It was also at this moment that an unexpected voice suddenly came from the rune chain that lit up. It was filled with relaxation, ridicule, and a strong sense of pretentiousness. Chapter 39:20. Swish, 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 bang. Along with this voice that carried an aura of ridicule resounding out, the talisman chain that lit up instantly emitted a loud, rumbling sound, and then a thunderous rumble resounded. Even space started to tremble violently as a strand of light shot out from within the chain, and it expanded along with the wind before transforming into an exceedingly enormous tortoise in the blink of an eye. Its size was too terrifying. It was at least 10 times the size of the netherworld furnace. After all, merely the size of the netherworld furnace was already comparable to an enormous star. At this moment, the bodies of the 5 primordial beings had already started trembling violently, and their countenances were exceedingly pale. It was even to the extent that they couldn't speak properly anymore, and it was as if they were collectively stuttering. The void tortoise? How is this possible? Weren't you killed by the primordial heavenly demon? After that battle, the news spread. The primordial heavenly demon killed the void tortoise behind the scenes, and even the supreme ferocious weapon, the heavenly demon blade, collapsed because of it. He's still alive. The void tortoise is actually still alive. My God, this is too terrifying. He was in existence at the peak of the supreme level of the primordial era at his prime. This isn't the key. The key is he actually followed the talisman chain here. What exactly happened? Have we always been supporting the enemy? The source of the netherworld furnace's products is actually a commander-level existence from the enemy camp. Cut the crap. Flee. Exactly, the person that followed the talisman chain here was precisely the void tortoise that killed the primordial demonic bear. At this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, the 5 primordial beings instantly exclaimed with shock, and they recognized the existence that had descended with a single glance. Exactly who was it? During the unparalleled battle of the primordial era, all those years ago, even though there were many supreme beings of the primordial era in the camps of the Heaven Dao's Azure, and the Headless Infant's corpse, there were actually very few supreme beings of the primordial era that were truly popular in both camps. In the Headless Infant's camp, only a few supreme beings of the primordial era like the Void Tortoise, the Divine Gold Dragon, the Primordial Xianxia, and so on and so forth possessed extraordinary performances before and after that battle. They were branded in the hearts of countless powerful primordial beings. Her peerless beauty was almost impossible to erase. Of course, there were also such existences in the opposing camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Dao. However, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were far from them. During the battle back then, there were also supreme ancients on the opposing side, but their strength was only at the mid-stage supreme being level. They were not even on the same level as the Void Tortoise and a few other supreme beings who were at the peak of the supreme being level. As supreme masters of the remote antiquity, if the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 ghastly demon alligator were generals, then the few supreme masters such as the Void Giant Tortoise, who had reached the peak of supreme master, were like marshals in both camps. For the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 ghastly demon crocodile, the Void Giant Tortoise was already so terrifying. Then, in the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon and other existences who were only at the remote antiquity era, it was needless to say. It could be said that after realizing that the descending creature of the remote antiquity was a supreme being at the peak of the supreme being level and belonged to the opposing camp, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion were completely hopeless without any suspense. Among the exclamations, the 2-headed war lion was the most practical one. He directly roared out the words "to escape," which represented his inner thoughts. This was completely an instinctive, conditioned reflex. Such a scene was too unbearable. More than 100 high-level ancestors of the various clans who were watching the battle from tens of millions of miles away had already been completely petrified. A powerful quasi-supreme being of the remote antiquity actually turned around and fled like a stray dog at the first moment of the opponent's arrival in front of them. This was simply too crazy, without the slightest bit of awareness and majesty of an expert. At the same time, this also reflected how terrifying the strength of the giant tortoise that had just arrived was, and how extraordinary its fierce reputation was. When they realized this, all of the patriarchs of the various clans felt a chill run down their spines without exception. Even when the scarlet unicorn and the 9 demon crocodile arrived one after another, they had not been completely hopeless. They stayed in the distant void, hoping that the situation would continue to develop, and maybe there would be a glimmer of opportunity. But now, they were completely hopeless. This time, the source of all evil, the word advantage, cold, and fortune would not have anything to do with them. The reaction of the two-headed war lion was really too frightening. How could this giant tortoise be able to frighten a quasi-supreme being to this extent? What a terrifying existence. Only Xian, although he felt strange at this time, did not have the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he had a faint feeling of F***. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have thought that the descending creature was actually the void giant tortoise. The old tortoise that he had just rescued from the mysterious void not long ago. That's right, it was the old tortoise. At this time, Yi Xian just wanted to curse. The old tortoise was really not a good thing. When he rescued him previously, he pretended to be serious, but he did not expect that when he showed up now, he would reveal his true colors. Listening to his tone, looking at his disdainful eyes and attitude, he was just pretending. He was almost fooled by him. He thought that the old tortoise was an old-fashioned antique, but now it seemed that he was clearly an indecent old tortoise. Little guy, I just arrived, and you didn't even come forward to greet me before you turned around and left. You actually let me see your flirtatious body. This is the rhythm of the heavens. Just when Yi Xian felt that he had met another old liar and was feeling unhappy, the void giant tortoise's mocking voice sounded again. No matter how he listened to it, he felt that he had met an old hooligan. Obviously, he was talking about the two-headed war lion that had immediately turned around and fled when he had exclaimed to run away. Yi Xian looked up, only to see the void giant tortoise gently flicking a claw of its right forelimb at the two-headed war lion that had turned around and fled. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he was flicking off a lump of booger stuck to his claw. Boom! However, the power of this non-existent booger was too terrifying. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it instantly blasted the fleeing two-headed war lion into a cloud of blood. Not a single hair was left behind, and not a single piece of flesh was left. The enormous body of the two-headed war lion was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. When the wind blew, the mist dissipated. Plop! Plop! The 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were shocked by this scene. They were so scared that they sat down in the void, their faces pale. A powerful figure from the quasi-desolation era died, just like that. Although it was only an energy clone, it disappeared with a flick of a finger from thousands of miles away in the void. This was simply horrifying. Chapter 39:21. The void tortoise turned its head to look at the 9-headed blood dragon and the scarlet unicorn. It sneered. If I remember correctly, I seem to have felt a murderous aura just now. Before it finished speaking, a majestic pressure that made one's scalp go numb surged out from the void tortoise's body. It invisibly enveloped the scarlet unicorn, the 9-headed demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the Xianxia rock. The 4 powerful beings from the Antiquity era and the quasi-powerful beings from the quasi-desolation era were instantly stunned. An invisible restraint was placed on their bodies, making them feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Although it was not to the extent that they could not move, it was because the void tortoise was not using its full strength. Otherwise, the strongest of the 4, the Scarlet Unicorn, was only at the early stage of the Antiquity era. However, the Void Tortoise's energy clone had the cultivation of the peak of the Antiquity era. The difference was too great. Just the invisible pressure was enough to make them unable to move. The shadow of death instantly shrouded them. It was incomparably strong. They did not doubt that the Void Tortoise could attack at any time. This was because even in the unparalleled battle in the Antiquity era, the two sides were not on the same side. They were enemies. The Scarlet Unicorn immediately thought of self-detonating. He was going to die today. Fortunately, it was only an energy clone. Although the price was heavy, at least his original body was fine. There was still a chance for him to make a comeback, and self-detonating could more or less injure the other party. However, he soon shook his head with a bitter smile. This was because he realized that the consequences of doing so would be even more serious. If he really provoked the other party, after self-detonating, it was very likely that the Void Tortoise would follow the rune chain and directly rush to the void where his original body was hibernating. It would pay a certain price to hunt down and kill his original body. If that was the case, there would be no chance for him to survive. Of course, even with the Void Tortoise's current cultivation, it would have to pay a certain price to do that. Therefore, as long as he did not provoke the other party, such a situation should not happen. In other words, although self-detonating would more or less injure the other party, his original body was very likely to face the danger of being killed. On the other hand, if he gave up on counterattacking the Void Tortoise, although it would be sullen, at least his original body would be safe for the time being. The two situations had completely different outcomes. Everyone knew what to choose. The four ancient existences glanced at each other with a dark expression. In the end, they forcefully suppressed their anger. The situation was stronger than them, so they had to swallow their anger. Looks like you guys have already made your choice. I have to say, you guys are so *king cowardly that it hurts my liver. The Void Tortoise's eyes flashed. He shook his head and sighed. His words were as infuriating as usual. However, his next words made the four of them feel relieved. Forget it. Since you're so scared, it would be embarrassing for me to kill you all even if I wanted to. Don't do it next time. If Old Turtle sees you again, I won't let you off so easily. Even as it shook its head, the Void Giant Tortoise raised its right forelimb and pressed down on the four powerful primordial beings. Boom! Boom! Walala, four earth-shattering explosions sounded in succession. The energy avatars of the four ancient existences, the Blood Unicorn, the nine-helled Demon Crocodile, the nine-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, exploded without any suspense. There was no blood mist. Instead, there were only collapsed order runes. The four energy avatars, which were at least at the level of a quasi-desolate ancient almighty, were destroyed along with the consciousness source of their energy avatars. At the same time, there was a large amount of clattering sounds in the air. Of the last 9 rune chains that were connected to the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace, 8 of them had been broken by this attack. It was unknown how many of them had been broken into pieces. For a moment, there was a huge rune chain in that corner of the void, not too far away from each other. Chain! At this point, there was only one rune chain left connected to the bottom of the Netherworld furnace's outer wall. It was the chain that the Void Tortoise had chased after. The reason why he left this rune chain was obviously because the Void Tortoise still planned to use this rune chain to return to his original body. However, he obviously had other things to do before he left. Screech. After destroying the 4 powerful primordial beings and the 8 rune chains with a raise of its hand, the Void Tortoise raised its head and roared angrily. Then, its body swayed, and its terrifying body, which was originally much larger than the Netherworld furnace, instantly turned into a faint ray of light, enshrouding the Netherworld furnace. The milky white mist shot out from the top of the furnace. During this process, the surface of the faint ray of light that the Void Tortoise had transformed into quickly glowed with a faint green halo. Yixian found it familiar and immediately understood. This must be the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had shot into the Void Tortoise's body in that mysterious void. Now, it was unleashing its power and protecting the Void Tortoise's energy avatar. Otherwise, even if he was at the peak of the primordial era, he would not be able to force his way into the interior of the Netherworld furnace. According to Yi Xian's estimation, he would need to have at least the cultivation base of a primordial supreme to be able to do so. In the blink of an eye, the faint ray of light that glowed with a faint green halo shot into the interior of the Netherworld furnace. Yi Xian understood that this shameless old tortoise was about to do something bad. He would probably steal all the products in the Netherworld furnace. In fact, when the Void Tortoise attacked the Blood Qilin and the other 3 powerful primordial beings, the rumbling of the grinding stone in the Netherworld furnace gradually stopped. This meant that the unplanned refinement of the Netherworld furnace was about to come to an end. After the remains of all the primordial beings that had been thrown into the central region's grinding stone had been ground in a 9-colored meat paste, even the final refinement had come to an end. The grooves around the grinding stone would definitely be filled with newly refined, all-evil origin liquid. According to Yi Xian's estimation, from the total number of primordial beings remains in the Netherworld furnace, there should be around 15 to 16,000 drops of all-evil origin liquid that had been refined this time. Yi Xian had carefully acted in the Netherworld furnace the last time and had only managed to obtain around 2,000 drops in the end. The Void Tortoise was indeed a super old monster. It either did not act, or it would act in a big way. Even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little envious. Very soon, as the faint ray of light formed by the Void Tortoise's energy avatar shot out of the furnace, the large amounts of white liquid that filled the mouth of the Netherworld furnace also began to shrink rapidly. This old fellow was too ruthless. Apart from the all-evil origin liquid, he did not even let go of the byproduct, the Netherworld furnace lotion. This was clearly the rhythm of eating the meat and drinking the soup, and even licking the bones clean. He did not plan to leave a single strand of hair for Yi Xian. Chapter 39:22. Just as Yi Xian was about to take advantage of the fact that the headless infant corpse was still protecting him to rush into the Netherworld cauldron and snatch some of the all-evil elixir, the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest, which had been in a slightly warm state, seemed to respond and suddenly cooled down. This was clearly intentional. The headless infant corpse had obviously sensed Yi Xian's thoughts. In order to stop him, it shamelessly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body and fell into a deep sleep again. To put it bluntly, it was stacking the corpse. Only then did Yi Xian realized that the two of them were on the same side. Okay? Hundreds of millions of years ago, they were superior and subordinate. But wasn't this too much of a relationship between a master and a servant? How shameless of them to be so protective of their master. After being stunned for a moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly enraged, and his nose was about to become crooked. This was because the Scarlet Unicorn and the other powerful ancient creatures had been killed, and although the refinement of the Netherworld Cauldron had ended, it was obvious that it had not yet awakened, and the terrifying pressure of the Netherworld Cauldron had not yet appeared. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been caught off guard when the headless infant corpse suddenly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body. If he had been on guard, he would have exploded and died. However, although there was no powerful pressure in this void that could threaten him for the time being, because even the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors from the various clans and forces had retreated tens of millions of miles away, they did not dare to approach. But as the headless infant corpse silently removed the mysterious energy protecting its body without saying anything, Yi Xian's figure, which had been hidden all this time, was instantly exposed. At this moment, in the void thousands of miles away, the more than 100 high-level ancestors of the major clans, who had been shocked by the death of the Blood Qilin and the other primordial grandmasters, were stunned when they saw him. They immediately stood there, trembling in fear. They cried out in alarm. Why is there another person? I clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of void energy before this. This person definitely didn't just arrive, but has been hibernating there for a long time. That's impossible. How terrifying was the oppressive aura in the void just now? There was a peak existence of a powerful ancient creature, and this human is clearly not even at the universe realm. He's worse than an ant. How could he stay in that core area? He would have been blown into pieces. He looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen this kid somewhere before. Ling Hu. I recognize him. I've seen his image in the clan before. This is Ling Hu Chong, one of the 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. 3 of them are him alone: young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the little archaic devil ape. That makes sense. That's right. He's a peerless ancestor's primordial demon bloodline. After all, he's a peel of a peerless ancient creatures. After all, he's a peerless to God. He is to the bloodline ancient demon ape, not to the universe realm. Elong as he's, what is that ant realms is to? Is to have A's to have to be to S to be God realm. Chone? Rumble. Boom. Following the exclamations of the 100 or so elders of the various races in the void, the netherworld cauldron, which had just become silent because of the completion of the refinement, suddenly shook slightly again. Then, the rumbling sound of thunder began to be transmitted again. Yixian's expression changed wildly. After the netherworld cauldron completed the refinement, it was going to fully recover. At that time, the pressure of the netherworld cauldron that had disappeared would reappear. Even when the spirit of the netherworld cauldron suddenly discovered the huge change that had happened to it, it was very likely that it would immediately activate some kind of array program to contact the heavenly Tao I and report everything that had happened here. A strong sense of crisis hit his heart. Yixian subconsciously wanted to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body to escape. Although he did not have any substantial gains this time, it was not a wasted trip. At least, the electronic doppelganger had taken over a sector Lord-level mechanical beast and had successfully infiltrated the inner workings of the machine race. This was an important chess piece and also a measure that Yixian took to prepare for a rainy day. If D-Air and the machine race really had some kind of conspiracy, this chess piece would have an unexpected and miraculous effect in the future. At this moment, just as he subconsciously wanted to escape immediately, a voice suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. It was the void giant turtle secretly transmitting a voice. Little fellow, don't be in a hurry to escape. It will take some time for the netherworld cauldron to fully recover. Hasn't your devil ape bloodline already been recognized by it? As long as you activate the devil ape true form, you will be safe before the spirit of the artifact fully recovers. In any case, you can't leave now. In a while, when this old turtle leaves, I still need you to stay behind and clean up the mess. Otherwise, why would I call you here? Upon hearing this, Yixian was first stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. This time, his nose was really crooked from anger. If the old turtle had not said it, he would not have known. After all this time, the headless infant corpse had called him over at the last minute just to clean up the old turtle's mess. This was really too King fun and exciting. The old turtle ate the meat and drank the soup. In the end, he even licked the bones clean. He did not even get a single strand of hair. When he patted his mess and left, he still had to clean up the mess for him. On what basis? This was simply too much of a bully. These thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind. He was so angry that he wanted to run away immediately. Whatever, he would leave first. In any case, he could not let this old turtle have his way. As for the headless infant corpse, he would settle this account later. What? The complete, profound meaning of the 4th and 5th changes of the wild lion transformation. You don't want it anymore? Just as Yixian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the old turtle's voice rang out in his mind again. This time, it sounded even more composed and was incomparably certain. Forget it, forget it. I originally wanted to give it to you now. Since you don't want it, then let's go. That way, it won't be much of a problem. Luckily, when this old turtle killed that 2-headed battle lion just now, I specially took care to intercept the profound meaning for you. The 4th and 5th changes of the wild lion transformation and the complete, profound meaning. Yixian's body stiffened. His entire person was stunned on the spot. The 4th change was fine. With the devouring system in his body, he would probably be able to figure it out after some time. However, the temptation of the fifth change was extraordinarily great. Chapter 39:23. In the end, Xian still admitted defeat in the face of such a huge benefit. Of course, this was mainly because the person who admitted defeat was one of his own. In fact, from a certain point of view, the Void Tortoise could be considered a type of master that Xian had inherited after entering the Starry Sky. After all, the ancient Dongshu tactics that he was currently cultivating was the Void Tortoise's bloodline inheritance. Although Xian was angry before, he did not take it seriously. Now, he basically understood what the Void Tortoise meant by rubbing its skin. Needless to say, someone really did have to do it. In this aspect, the headless infant corpse and the Void Tortoise could only rely on Xian alone, because only he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability after rubbing its skin and escape from this place in an instant. If it was any other existence, even if it was a supreme being from the primordial era, they probably wouldn't be able to leave so quickly. Even if they could, they would definitely leave behind some traces when they tore through the void and left. If the Heavenly Tao's eyes were to track them down, it was extremely likely that they would be caught up. Thinking of this, Xian's mood immediately calmed down. At this moment, after seeing him admit defeat, the old bastard proudly snorted and directly used some sort of great divine ability to send a piece of information into Xian's mind. At the same time, it also sent over a wisp of gray-black essence energy. Congratulations to the host for discovering the complete mystery of the magical ability. Would you like to begin the derivation immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Would you like to absorb it immediately? As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Xian was momentarily stunned and then overjoyed. It seemed that the old tortoise was really something. Not only did it send the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, it even gave Xian a wisp of the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. If nothing unexpected happened, with this wisp of origin energy, Xian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics would instantly soar by a large margin. At the same time, it would also lead to an increase in the realm of his physical body's qi and blood. All of this was something to look forward to. Time was of the essence. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent an affirmative reply to the system. The system's voice rang out once again. The first thing it did was to quickly deduce the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. At the same time, the wisp of ancient techniques origin energy that the Void Giant Tortoise had gifted him also began to rapidly absorb and refine it. Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness and came into contact with the simple and unadorned tortoise shell. He activated it and his mind trembled. In an instant, he entered the image of the inheritance imprinted on the tortoise shell. An ancient desolate void appeared, exuding an endless sense of vicissitudes. Roar! There seemed to be an earth-shattering roar coming from the depths of the endless void, attracting Xian's consciousness. The scene changed, and a claw as vast as the sky reached out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed, and an entire star region collapsed. From the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out. Endless chaotic mist lingered around its eyes, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. It was none other than the Void Tortoise. Just a single shell on its body was as large as a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the suppressive aura it exuded enveloped the entire universe, causing this part of the void to tremble. Then, Xian quickly received the inheritance information of the Dongshu ancient technique in his mind. A simple and unadorned giant tortoise that was even larger than a star was roaming in the Milky Way with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from the wide mouth under the tortoise's head, like a small meteor. Like a meteor, it rushed into the endless distant sky. First, it was a small star core. Then, it turned into a meteor. It slowly grew from a satellite to a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded, condensed to the extreme, and turned into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This process was the first 8 great realms of starry sky cultivation. After that was the origin, and then the grotto heaven, mystic light, void, genesis, cosmic light, Xianxia. At this time, a corresponding change occurred in the inheritance image. The huge black hole that represented the 8th great realm of starry sky quickly shrank. After reaching the limit, it turned into a faint dot. This was the profound meaning of the origin realm. During the process of the black hole condensing into a dot, a large number of obscure runes were released from Yi Xian's mind like compressed packets being released. Come, he instantly understood. Then, the tiny origin formed by the extreme contraction of the black hole expanded again, evolving into a small grotto heaven. It emitted a mysterious light, giving birth to the void, giving birth to the initial embryonic form of the star domain, and finally becoming a vast universe with stars and void, forming a complete universe. This whole process was the journey of the Dongshu ancient technique in the first 15 great realms of starry sky cultivation. The image demonstration was only a representation of the image. Most importantly, during the process of this image demonstration, it continuously released the obscure mysteries that appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Righteousness. Soon, the inheritance disappeared. The origin energy of the ancient technique obtained from the void giant tortoise was completely absorbed. In the next instant, in the sea of cultivation below the simple and unadorned tortoise shell that was suspended in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, boundless waves of his sea of consciousness suddenly surged. It was as if a tsunami had occurred, and the entire vast sea of consciousness came to life, completely churning. In the central domain, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the Dongshu ancient technique that Yi Xian cultivated. Because this ancient technique was the highest bloodline inheritance of the Dongshu giant tortoise clan. After Yi Xian obtained the complete technique and began to cultivate, the image of this supreme giant tortoise appeared in the vast sea of consciousness in his mind. At this moment, the power of the ancient technique in Yi Xian's body skyrocketed, causing the shackles of the human body's potential to break. Although he was in great pain, Yi Xian was extremely happy because everything was as he had guessed. This time, the strength of his physical body and qi would also rise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yi Xian's mind. It was not only these 2 prompts, but also a prompt related to the improvement of his physical body and qi cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Dongshu ancient technique. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Chapter 39-24. The pleasant surprise came so quickly. With just a strand of the ancient technique's origin energy from the void tortoise, Yi Xian's cultivation in the ancient Dongshu technique had soared by 2 small levels, reaching the grand perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Moreover, because of the increase in his cultivation, as well as the other effects contained in the strand of ancient technique's origin energy, Yi Xian's physical body also had a strong tempering effect, directly causing his physical body's qi and blood cultivation strength to soar as well, once again tearing apart the 2 shackles of the human body's potential. Shackles. It caused his physical body's qi and blood strength to soar to the grand perfection of the cosmic light level 9. Now, Yixian could directly take the bottle of level 15 liquid that he had prepared. Once he succeeded, his original body strength would officially enter the true universe realm. But that required a certain amount of time after all, and the current situation was not suitable to start all. Therefore, even though Yixian's heart was burning, he still rationally suppressed this impulse and did not take the level 15 liquid for the time being. Rumble. The muffled rumbling in the netherworld furnace had become more and more intense. Clearly, the weapon spirit was fully awakening, and time was running out. Yixian turned to look and found that the dense milky white fog above the netherworld furnace was extremely thin at this time. Clearly, the void tortoise's ruthless plundering was also coming to an end. With the full awakening of the netherworld furnace's weapon spirit, the terrifying pressure of the netherworld furnace would appear again. Yixian's current human form would not be protected by the netherworld furnace. When he was sent into the netherworld furnace, it only recognized the bloodline of the small primordial devil ape. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the small, three-headed, six-armed primordial devil ape that represented the inheritance of the primordial devil ape's bloodline in his mind. Previously, when Yixian's original body's cultivation strength was at the cosmic light level 7, when he entered the state of the three-headed, six-armed primordial devil ape, his cultivation strength was at the cosmic light level 8. Now that his original body's cultivation strength had reached the cosmic light level 9, according to the previous practice, when he entered the state of the three-headed, six-armed primordial devil ape, Yixian's cultivation strength would reach the grand perfection of the cosmic light level 9. Very quickly, an ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared out of nowhere. The cultivation aura emitted from its body was indeed at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the universe. It was exactly as Yixian had speculated. However, this wasn't the strongest battle prowess that Yixian could display right now. This was because he could still use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his true form, with 3 heads and 6 arms. With every transformation, his cultivation base and strength would increase by a small stage. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. Following Yixian's explosive roar, the body of the ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall suddenly increased in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged within its body, converging into a tide-like power. The 3 true forms of the ancient ape demons were greatly enhanced, and in the blink of an eye, the original height of 100 feet was increased to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation. First rank Star Lord state. Second transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came once more. The blood and chi in the 3 true bodies surged once more, far surpassing the first transformation. Before the first transformation, the Devil Ape true body was only 1,000 feet tall, but now it had risen to 10,000 feet. Cultivation. Second rank Star Lord state. Roar. Third transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Yixian once again raised his head and roared. Following the activation of the 3rd transformation of the Devil Ape, the endlessly surging vital energy within the 3 true bodies once again soared. It surged like a roaring river, directly causing the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape's true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From a height of 1,000 feet, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it reached 100,000 feet. Cultivation. Third rank Star Lord state. In less than 3 breaths, Yixian activated the true forms of the ancient ape demons and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Even though he had only activated the 3rd transformation, the true forms of the ancient ape demons were still 10,000 feet tall, and their strength had increased by 3 levels. However, that wasn't the end, because the familiar notification sound of the absorption system had been transmitted. With the complete mysteries of the 4th transformation of the wild lion state, The system was able to infer the fourth transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape in a very short time. As for the fifth transformation, even though he had obtained the complete mysteries of the fifth transformation of the Wild Lion state, it would still take some time for the system to change it into one that was suitable for the ancient ape demons. Yixian wasn't in a hurry. The fourth transformation was enough to increase his strength by 1 level, and his physical strength and size were 10 times larger. It was definitely enough for the time being. Fourth transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. With joy in his heart, Yixian roared for the last time. His voice shook the surroundings, and the 3 heads of the ancient demon ape roared at the same time. Even this corner of the void trembled slightly. Then, the true forms of the ancient ape demons expanded 10 times more, like balloons that have been inflated, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. Cultivation, 4th rank Star Lord state. Although there was only a small gap between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Star Lord state, the gap meant that Yixian had entered the middle level of the Star Lord state from the early level. Everything happened so fast that Yixian, as the person involved, couldn't calm down even though it wasn't the first time he had experienced it. It was even more so for the 100 senior members of the major clans who were observing from tens of millions of kilometers away. A minute earlier, Yixian had only been at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm. Then, 5 seconds later, he activated his bloodline and revealed the true forms of the demonic ape demons, and his strength soared to the peak of the 9th rank of the universe realm. In the end, after only a few breaths, Yixian's cultivation surged to the 4th level of the Star Lord state as he went from the 1st to the 4th level of the demonic ape state. All of this was simply inconceivable. The higher-ups of the various races, although they were all at least at the Sector Lord level, they had never seen such a terrifying rise in strength. This could no longer be explained by secret techniques or divine arts. It could only be described as monstrous. Amidst the dumbfounded gazes, the group of senior eccentrics of the various clans muttered to themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. Oh my God! Who is this kid? He was in the 9th rank of the cosmic realm a moment ago, but he's already in the middle rank of the Star Lord state in less than a minute. Chapter 3925. For the higher-ups of the various races at the Sector Lord level and above, who had retreated to the void tens of millions of kilometers away like spectators, everything that happened in this short half a day was simply too shocking. It was too special. It was too exciting. They had flocked here for the benefits and fortunes of the Netherworld Furnace. They were supposed to be the main characters of this event, especially the Immortal Realm old freaks. They felt that they were superior, and in this star area, the source of all evil, they were definitely the overlords. But very soon, as the 9-headed blood dragon, the blood Qilin, and the other 5 terrifying existences who were at least at the level of the quasi-desolation era arrived one after another, they were immediately reduced to bystanders and retreated tens of millions of miles away in shock. Before their hearts could calm down, the 6 powerful beings of the desolation era that made them feel powerless were all killed in an extremely short period of time. A supreme of the primordial era who was still alive had descended. Even though it was only an energy avatar, it still possessed the terrifying strength of a peak supreme of the primordial era. With a casual lift of its forelimbs, it displayed a supreme might that could crush all enemies, but that was not the end of it. Just as the terrifying giant tortoise, with the peak strength of the remote antiquity era, rushed into the Netherworld Furnace and unscrupulously harvested the products of the Netherworld Furnace under everyone's envy, an ant-like figure unexpectedly appeared in the void, very close to the Netherworld Furnace in front of them. What happened next was obviously even more exciting. This ant's cultivation base was initially only at the Great Circle of the Cosmic Light Tier 9. However, when he activated his bloodline and manifested the true form of the demonic ape 5 seconds later, his strength soared to the peak of the cosmos realm. In the end, after only a few seconds, he performed the first transformation of the demonic ape to the 4th transformation, and his strength surpassed another level, reaching the 4th level of the Star Lord state. Not only was the guy alive, he was obviously going to fight the horrifying tortoise that was harvesting the spoils of the Netherworld furnace. A mid-star lord daring to fight a peak primordial age expert head-on. How thrilling was that? As they sighed in their hearts, the group of sector lords, universe lords, and undying beings looked at each other, and their faces were more or less a little embarrassed and embarrassed. Compared to this young genius of the human clan, these old monsters were too ashamed to see anyone. Not to mention the current peak of the mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, the appearance of the nine-headed blood dragon, who was just a quasi-mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, was enough to make them tremble in fear and flee in panic. Look, the void tortoise is out. Sigh. Needless to say, the products in the Netherworld furnace must have been plundered clean. Even the white milky mist above the mouth of the furnace is so thin that it's almost gone. They really plundered everything clean. That's not the end of it. Look, that ancient ape demon is rushing over. That brat is really a devil incarnate. He's actually going to fight a peak primordial expert head-on. No one else has the guts to do that. I didn't even help the old lady cross the road. I only admire him. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but it's a pity that he's still too impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. No, it seems that they didn't fight at all. The ancient ape demon seems to be going to send him off. Look, the void tortoise's energy clone is retreating. Along with the exclamations in the void tortoise suddenly rushed out from the Netherworld furnace, where even the fog at the mouth of the furnace was so thin that it made people's hair stand on end. Under the support of the bloodline ability of the ancient ape demon's fourth transformation, the ancient ape demon, which had reached a height of 100,000 feet, immediately rushed forward. But the expected battle scene didn't appear. The ancient ape demon seemed to be going to send him off. The two clearly met face to face, but no one made a move. The moment their figures met, the void tortoise turned into a faint light again and rushed into the only rune chain that was still connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace. Then, the runes on the chain quickly lit up and spread toward the end of the void at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the ancient ape demon had already taken out a huge thick club. After raising it high, it fiercely smashed down on the last rune chain. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Xianxia's left chest burned slightly again, but it quickly went dormant again. At the same time, a thin thread of light flowed along the right arm of the ancient ape demon's fleshy body and quickly disappeared into the thick cudgel that was transformed from the Xianxia pestle in his hand. Walala! This final chain of runes broke with a sound, shattering inch by inch in the air. At this moment, the runes that had already lit up and were rapidly spreading out had already reached the other end of the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this point, the void tortoise had retreated without leaving a trace. The last rune chain had been broken, and as long as they were put away, there would not be any trace left. Even the heavenly Tao's eyes would not be able to track it down. With Xianxia's current strength, even if he were to use the full force of the primordial treasure, the Xianxia pestle, it would still be very difficult for him to break this rune chain, let alone break it inch by inch. The reason for this effect was because of the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse. And this was also what the headless infant corpse and the void tortoise needed Xian to do. The void tortoise did things, and Xian was responsible for cleaning up the mess. But fortunately, everyone had a huge harvest, and everyone was happy. All of this happened too quickly. By the time more than 100 high-ranking ancestors of the various clans tens of millions of miles away in the void came back to their senses and understood what had happened, the void tortoise had already left, and the passage it had used to retreat was also shattered inch by the ancient ape demon's club. No matter how slow-witted they were, they had come to a sudden realization today, and cries of surprise rang out once more. F***CK? What happened? What happened to the tough fight? How did it become a rear guard? Trick. It's all a trick. They're in cahoots. This old and young bastard is actually in cahoots. We've all been deceived. Incredible. Linghu Demon is actually in cahoots with the Void Tortoise. That's a living ancient supreme. Who would dare to provoke this person in the future? Conspiracy. What a great scheme. This old man understands now. The two videos related to the Netherworld furnace that were spread before were all made up by the Linghu evildoer. We were all used by him. That little bastard scheme is really vicious. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 39:26. As Yi Xian stored the last 9 broken rune chains into the Shinnon cauldron, the vast void was now incomparably clean, as if it had just been licked by a dog. Apart from Yi Xian, the Shinnon cauldron, and the Netherworld cauldron, there was nothing else. Even 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races who had not yet retreated were still in the void tens of millions of kilometers away. Rumble. At this time, the dull rumbling sounds coming from the Netherworld cauldron were becoming more and more intense. The Netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit could fully awaken at any time. Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately waved his hand and put away the Shinnon cauldron, then activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. It was impossible to trace how he left. This scene shocked the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races in the void thousands of kilometers away, and cries of surprise rang out everywhere. Huh, that monstrous brat is gone. His methods are extraordinary. This must be some kind of supreme, secret technique. Even an immortal rank existence can't find any trace of him? Not good. The rumbling sounds coming from the Netherworld cauldron are getting more and more intense. This old man has an extremely bad feeling. The heavenly Tao's eye is about to descend. That mysterious and terrifying existence is probably even more terrifying than Supreme Primordial. Retreat immediately. As the void giant tortoise and ancient ape demons left one after another in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing without leaving a trace behind, the high-ranking ancestors of the various races finally realized what was going on. They cried out in surprise and used their remarkable abilities, tearing apart the void like stray dogs. He stepped into it and quickly fled. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the origin of all evil star domain was completely empty. Only the Netherworld cauldron that was still rumbling in the void stood tall, as if everything that had happened in the past half a day had never happened. The only difference was that the products in the Netherworld cauldron had been completely looted. Even the 10,000 or so rune chains below the Netherworld cauldron's outer wall that transported the all-evil origin liquid were all gone. Not only were they all broken, even the broken chains were either eaten away or taken away. Even if the Acripoid clan were to cross the border, it would not be as clean as this. How could this be described as tragic? Screech. As soon as these patriarchs from various clans retreated, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the Netherworld cauldron. At this moment, the spirit of the Netherworld furnace had fully awakened. The last time the refining array was activated, the Netherworld furnace did not have an artifact spirit. So even during the refining process, the unique pressure of the Netherworld furnace still existed. But this time, because the Netherworld furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit, and this artifact spirit had not personally carried out the refinement of the Netherworld furnace, all of the artifact spirit's consciousness was integrated into the refinement process. His consciousness entered the central region millstone of the refinement process, and his control of the outside world was neglected. At this moment, the refinement was completely completed, and there was not a single drop of 9-colored meat paste left in the central void of the central region millstone. Only then did the artifact spirit withdraw and return to full control of the Netherworld furnace. It was also at this moment that all the changes in the Netherworld furnace during this period of time were instantly controlled by the artifact spirit. It instantly realized that it had fallen into a trap. The products that it had painstakingly refined, including the byproduct of the Netherworld furnace milk, had all been swept away. What shocked it even more was that the 10,000 or so rune chains below the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace that transported the all-evil origin liquid were actually all broken and taken away, not even leaving behind a single strand of hair. It could not accept such an unforeseen event no matter what, let alone accept it. Thus, in its fury, the Netherworld Furnace's artifact spirit immediately activated the mysterious array inside the Netherworld Furnace that was specially used to communicate with the creator of the Netherworld Furnace, the heavenly Tao Green, Rumble, Kacha. Almost in the next instant, a large black tribulation cloud suddenly appeared in the distance above this void without any warning. As soon as the tribulation cloud appeared, a black bolt of lightning exploded in the void, as if the horizon was about to be split open, emitting a fine cracking sound that made one's scalp go numb. If Yixian was still here, he would definitely be able to sense an extremely familiar aura. This aura was clearly the precursor to the heavenly Tao Green Eye's arrival. Everything that happened in this void was finally alarmed with the full recovery of the Netherworld Furnace's artifact spirit after all the calamities had fled. That terrifying existence, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, was descending. Kacha! A huge bolt of lightning shot out from the dense, ink-black tribulation cloud. Immediately after, the boundless black clouds automatically parted and a void crack appeared. In this huge crack, a heavenly eye that was countless times larger than a superstar could be seen. Immediately after, the green eye of the heavenly Tao that had just fallen into deep slumber not long ago slowly opened. A wisp of faint green light shot out from the eye, illuminating a corner of the world. The entire vast and boundless source of all evil star field was completely covered in a layer of misty green light. Screech! In the next moment, a vicious howl that was countless times more terrifying than the previous howl of the Netherworld Furnace's artifact spirit suddenly resounded. The void at the edge of the source of all evil cracked inch by inch, and countless streams of void turbulence shot out, wreaking havoc in this vast star domain. Even the Netherworld Furnace was trembling at this moment. The rune chains that were connected to a large amount of void on the outer wall, used to transport raw materials for flesh and blood, were rattling. The vicious howl was too terrifying, but it still contained a strong sense of suppression. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao Green Eye released its full power, this part of the void would probably be completely destroyed in an instant. A green tear of blood flowed out from the corner of this unimaginably huge green eye in the crack. This was the tear of heaven, the tear of heaven's wrath. The Netherworld Furnace was of great importance, and now it had suffered such damage. The heavenly Tao Green Eye did not care about the 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid that it had refined this time. What it could not accept was the loss of the 10,000 rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid outside the outer wall of the Netherworld Furnace. Even it could not repair it in a short period of time. Even if it had the ability, it could not really expend a huge amount of effort to do so. Compared to the subordinates hibernating in the various voids connected by the 10,000 rune chains, the recovery of the heavenly Tao Green Eye's own strength was clearly more important. It could not choose to care about others and lose this place. However, it could not let this matter rest either. Revenge was necessary. Screech. Chapter 39:27. Outside the three universes, in the dark void where the ancient demonic bear that was killed by the void giant turtle not long ago was originally hibernating. The void giant turtle that had swept away the products of the Netherworld Furnace and returned to this place along the last broken rune chain had long since left. However, before leaving, the void giant turtle had clearly made some kind of arrangement. Therefore, although the dark void was incomparably quiet, it clearly revealed an inexplicable aura. A murderous aura. This was a trap. If it was made by the headless infant corpse, it would have no problem destroying the Heavenly Eye clone that the Heavenly Tao Green Eye had tracked down. However, the void giant turtle was only a primordial supreme after all. Moreover, its main body's cultivation base had only recovered to the early stage of the primordial supreme. It was simply incomparable to the peak of the primordial supreme back then. Therefore, the trap he hurriedly set up could only severely injure this Heavenly Eye clone at most. It was obviously unrealistic to want to completely destroy it. However, this was enough. The main purpose of the Void Giant Turtle's trap was to completely destroy all traces of its whereabouts, so that the other party could no longer pursue it. Originally, if the headless infant corpse covered for him and wiped out the void traces of his departure, the heavenly Tao Green, I would also be unable to track him down. However, this time, the headless infant corpse did not want to reveal the fact that he had also appeared in the source of all evil star domain, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao if he appeared too frequently. Some kind of vigilance. In short, the only traces that appeared in the heavenly Tao Green Eye's vision of everything that happened in the source of all evil this time were the Void Giant Turtles. Therefore, since the headless infant corpse couldn't help him erase the traces, he could only rely on the giant turtle to find a way to accomplish it. Rumble! As the heavenly Tao Green Eye flew into a rage, and the heavenly eye clone formed by the tear of the heavenly eye chased after it, a rolling explosion instantly sounded from the horizon of this dark void. A bolt of green lightning split open the void, and a crack appeared. Along with the descent of the lightning, a faint blue sky that was as large as a star appeared. The eye descended completely. Boom! Almost in the next moment, an even more majestic and mighty sound rang out. This entire dark void actually exploded without reservation. Tens of millions of miles away, the void shattered inch by inch, in less than half a breath. Although it was originally dark and deathly silent, at least incomparably stable, the entire small plane completely turned into one. A huge void turbulence. Before the void tortoise left, it had constructed an extremely dangerous self-destruct field in the dark void that resembled a small, independent plane. Once a being arrived, the void would be torn apart, and everything would explode in an instant, just like dominoes being pushed over. The process was complete. This process was irreversible. Unless the heavenly Tao Green Eye descended, it would be a heavenly eye clone. It would not be able to be saved. With the explosion, this dark, independent small plane completely collapsed and no longer existed. The little trace left behind by the Void Giant Turtle when it left was also annihilated, buried by the endless void turbulence. In addition, the light green heavenly eye clone that had just descended on the giant green lightning had obviously suffered heavy injuries. Countless spiderweb-like bloodlines appeared in the entire huge eye, as if it was unstable and showed signs of collapsing at any time. Screech! At this moment, the heavenly eye clone had already realized that it had been plotted against. This was simply a trap. The big fish that had escaped the net was too cunning. The most hateful thing was that along with the complete obliteration of this entire expanse of space, all the clues and traces of Xianxia's departure had vanished, and even it was unable to continue pursuing Xianxia's whereabouts. Not only did it not gain anything, but it also failed to find the culprit to vent its anger. In the end, it even mistakenly fell into the other party's trap, causing this heavenly eye clone to suffer heavy injuries. No matter what, he could not accept such a result. The intense resentment in the eyes of the heavenly eye clone, which were filled with blood vessels, almost materialized. When the second howl rang out, the heavenly eye clone retreated without hesitation, retreating from the void that had completely turned into a giant void turbulence. Before the howl had died down, it had already arrived at the source of all evil star field. The culprit of this incident, the Void Giant Turtle, could no longer be traced. At least, the clue in front of it had been cut off. It was impossible to follow the escape route of the other party and find its whereabouts. Such a result made the Heavenly Eye clone extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. However, he did not intend to stop here. The endless anger in his heart was incited again and again, and he needed a channel to vent it. To be precise, it should be a target or a target. There are still a lot of clues in the void of the source of all evil. Even the void tortoise that retreated along the rune chains and was then broken by Yi Xian and taken away by the heavenly Tao Green Eye was able to detect the direction of its escape in a short period of time. The whereabouts of the 100 or so high-level ancestors from the various clans were naturally not a big deal. There was no problem. As long as the Heavenly Eye clone was willing, it could even drag out these 100 or so old fellows one by one. However, it clearly did not intend to do so. On the one hand, in its eyes, these existences were only ants and could not be compared to the void giant turtle at all. Out of anger, you could lift your foot and casually crush an ant on the ground, but would you happily bury your head and crush all the ants you could find on the ground one by one? Normal people would not be interested, let alone a supreme existence like the Heavenly Eye. Screech. The third screech sounded. The Heavenly Eye clone, which had just retreated to the star field of the source of all evil, circled around the void around the netherworld cauldron and quickly locked onto a position in the void and plunged headfirst into it. A crack automatically appeared in the void, allowing it to pass through. Half a breath later, when the Heavenly Eye clone appeared in another part of the void at the end of the crack, the third howl had yet to die down. In an instant, it resounded through the void, causing countless existences, both strong and weak, to tremble. As they raised their heads in horror, their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. From the ordinary clansmen to the powerful figures of the quasi-desolation era, the bloodline ancestors of this clan who were in deep sleep were all shocked by this inexplicably terrifying heavenly might at this moment. They could not control their bodies at all, and the circulation of cultivation in their bodies completely stopped. Everyone was like a pool of mud. This void was the nest of a certain clan and ancestral land in the second universe. Not long ago, 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of this clan had just escaped from the star field of the source of all evil. Chapter 3928. Demon Ape Race. One of the races of the Second Universe Federation, but outside of the top 10, the overall strength of the race was above average. The ancestral land of the Demon Ape race was located in the Demon Ape Star field of the Second Universe. There weren't many members of the race, plus it was only a middle-class race. Hence, the Demon Ape Star field they occupied wasn't very vast. It only had a radius of over 20 million miles. In this Demon Gorilla Star area, which had a radius of over 20 million miles, there were over 100 life stars where the Demon Gorilla clan's people lived. The ancestral land of the race was called the Demon Ape Star, and in the nest of the race, there were more than 10 powerful primordial creatures. They were the bloodline ancestor of the race. The strongest was a desolate ancient demon gorilla who had reached the level of a quasi-desolate ancient great being. Other than that, there were more than 10 ancestors between sector, lord level, and quasi-primordial level. This time, during the origin of all evil star field incident, the demon gorilla race's upper echelon had also awakened 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors and rushed over. But in the end, they were like stray dogs that had fled back. However, even though they did not gain anything this time, in the eyes of these 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of the Devil Ape clan, after the Green Eye of Heaven Path was summoned by the tool spirit of the Netherworld Furnace and was shocked by everything that happened at the source of all evil. After that, it was enraged. Even if it wanted to vent its anger, it would not look for them. After all, in the perception of the heavenly Tao's Green Eye, except for the void tortoise that swept away all the products of the netherworld furnaces, the other 100 or so high-level ancestors of the various races present were no different from ants. No, it should be said that they were even worse than ants. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into them. It should be known that in the Primordial War, the primordial ancestor of the primordial demon gorilla race, who was still sleeping in the depths of the ancestral land of the primordial demon gorilla race, was also a mid-level battle general in the camp of the heavenly Dao Qinyan, so he could be considered one of them. All of this was clearly recorded in the ancient records of the demon ape race that had been passed down for trillions of years. Therefore, the 2 universe monsters of the demon gorilla race agreed that this disaster had nothing to do with their demon gorilla race. In fact, this deduction was more or less reasonable. Unfortunately, they were still wrong in the end. The mistake was that he had overestimated his luck. He had overestimated the importance of his clan's patriarch, the so-called mid-tier general, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps even they themselves didn't realize that this kind of thinking was actually using the thoughts of mortals to steal the thoughts of gods. The heavenly Tao's green, I only wanted a target to vent its anger on. Everything else was really not important and would not be considered by it in the slightest. At this time, a huge crack appeared in the sky above the demon gorilla star field, and sky I descended with a howl. The two universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race immediately went limp on the ground, their faces filled with despair. However, they did not give up struggling. He was already dead, but at least he was still breathing. No matter what, he had to fight for it. After all, the result couldn't be any worse, sir. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We were just there to be bystanders. We didn't take anything. It was all the void giant tortoise's doing. Yes, he escaped. He escaped along a rune chain. Sir, please spare our lives. Our clan's patriarch is the desolate ancient demon gorilla. Back then, he was a mid-tier general under your command. Paralyzed, the two universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race plucked up their courage and stuttered to beg for mercy. However, before they could finish their words, in the depths of the ancestral land of the demon gorilla race, there was a loud shout. Shut up. You two pieces of trash are not qualified to talk to Sir. Sir, I am a demon gorilla. Back then, the one who spoke was the bloodline ancestor of the demon gorilla race, the desolate ancient demon gorilla who had the power of a quasi-desolate great being, but had only recovered half of it. He had been in a deep sleep for thousands of years, but now he was suddenly awakened. Although he had stopped the two bloodline descendants from begging for mercy with a shout, he immediately changed the topic, and his tone became extremely obedient. In the end, he still just wanted to beg for mercy. Perhaps, in his opinion, he was a general who had personally followed the original body of the heavenly Eye Avatar in front of him back then. He had sweated and spilled blood in the battle of the desolate ancient era. At this moment, he personally begged for mercy. More or less, it would have some effect. Even if the entire race couldn't be saved, as long as he could luckily escape with his life under the consideration of the other party's old friendship. Everything was worth it. Unfortunately, he had obviously made the same mistake. He had overestimated his status as a mid-tier general. You're also not qualified. Before the desolate ancient demon gorilla finished his words, the heavenly Eye Avatar, suspended in the huge crack in the sky, suddenly emitted a green light. A voice with endless cold breath sounded out of nowhere. Then, under the green light, the entire 20 million miles of the demon gorilla star field was instantly coated with a green light. A layer of strange, cyan light. Kacha-boom! Rumble, a huge green lightning bolt, as wide as a star, suddenly shot out from the crack in the sky above as the heavenly Eye Avatar opened the gap. Accompanied by the crisp sound of lightning, the entire vast demon gorilla star field was covered in green light. More than 100 life stars, under the power of this heaven's wrath lightning, did not even last half an instant before they all exploded and disappeared. Not even a palm-sized stone was left behind. Along with it, hundreds of millions of demon gorilla clansmen on these more than 100 life stars were also wiped out, including all the senior members of the clan, as well as the two universe-level bloodline ancestors who had been awakened not long ago. Even the desolate ancient demon gorilla, who belonged to the camp of the Heavenly Eye and had the powerful strength of a quasi-ancient great master, was instantly annihilated by this heaven's wrath lightning. Everything was annihilated into nothingness. With just a casual blow, the entire star field, which was more than 20 million miles in diameter, was completely turned into a dead zone. Not a single trace of life was left. The ruthlessness of the heavenly way was vividly demonstrated by this blow. Rumble, Void Turtle, you can't escape. Not only you, but also all the survivors of that year, as well as the bastard you created, will be completely annihilated. With one blow, an entire race was destroyed. At this time, the anger in the heart of the heavenly Eye Avatar seemed to have been vented. The huge green eye in the crack in the void, which was originally full of spiderwebs of blood, seemed to be less dense. Chapter 39:29. No one knew what had happened in the outer space where the desolate ancient demonic bear had been killed by the void tortoise. A heavenly eye clone of the heavenly eye of the heavens azure I had chased after the source of all evil, stepped into a trap in the outer space, fell into the void tortoise's trap, and was injured. It was even more impossible for him to spread the news. He was destined to be stifled by the heavenly eye of the heavens azure eye, because it would be too embarrassing. However, what happened in the Demon Gorilla Star area of the second universe spread to every corner of the three main planes of the starry sky at the first moment. The heavenly eye was furious. He sent his clone to the second universe and annihilated the demonic gorilla race. From the sleeping bloodline primordial ancestor to the most ordinary people, all of them were annihilated in an instant. The entire demonic gorilla star area, which was 20 million miles in radius, was turned into a dead zone in an instant. As soon as the news spread, the three main universes were in an uproar. Those large races that had participated in the source of all evil incident, from the top to the most ordinary people, were all trembling. They were afraid that the heavenly eye's fury had not completely dissipated after annihilating the demonic gorilla race. Next, he would suddenly descend on their races and annihilate them in anger. This incident was too big. In the three main universes of the universe, although the major forces and races have been fighting with each other for many years, big and small wars broke out every now and then. It was either a war at the level of a plane, or a civil war within the same plane, or even a small war within a certain race. But in general, except for some of the weakest races whose numbers were so small that they could not even fill up a life planet, the slightly larger races had basically not been annihilated in this endless time. Not to mention that the entire race was annihilated in an instant. Even the sleeping bloodline primordial ancestor of the quasi-desolation era was annihilated. It should be known that although the demonic gorilla race was not one of the top 10 races in the second universe, after all, it had more than 100 life planets. Hundreds of millions of people occupied a vast void with a radius of 20 million miles. It was basically impossible for a race of this scale to be annihilated. Even if all the other races in the entire plane attacked together, there would always be a few scattered people who could escape. But this time, the Demon Ape clan was completely gone. The bloodline inheritance of the clan could not be preserved, and not a single clansman was left behind. This was simply chilling, and it made all the clans, forces, and sects in the three great starry sky main planes deeply realize the heavenly Dao Qing. The heavenly eye was terrifying. Last time, when the root of all evil star field changed, the green eye of heaven Dao descended in anger and annihilated the two-sector Lord Old monsters of the native ferocious beast clan in the blink of an eye. However, it only made the upper echelons of the three major factions wary. However, this time, as the heavenly Dao's green eye sent out a heavenly eye clone to vent his anger and warn the entire Demon Ape clan, it undoubtedly made the core ancestors of all the forces in the three major planes completely terrified. At this time, even if Yixian continued to stir up trouble in the dark and threw out another heavy bomb, pointing out that there was an even greater and more exciting fortune in the source of all evil star area, no one would interfere. To be precise, no one dared to interfere. If things went wrong, the entire race would be annihilated, including the bloodline primordial ancestor who had lived from the desolation era until now and had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the race for eternity. None of them were spared. Who could bear such a consequence? Who dared to bear it? Amidst the shock and fear, the more than 100-sector, Lord-level old ancestors from the various races and factions of the three major planes all fell silent in fear. They passed their days in fear and trepidation. What they were afraid of was not only the heavenly eye, but also the only one who had a vested interest in this time, the supreme existence of the primordial era who had lived to the present, the void giant turtle. Because of this, the 100 or so bloodline ancestors of the various clans did not dare to reveal too much about the details of the source of all evil incident this time. Even young Master Linghu, who was a combination of three peerless monsters, was basically on the same level as the Void Giant Tortoise. The two of them were like two peerless monsters. They didn't even dare to reveal the fact that they were in cahoots with each other. If they really wanted to release this explosive news, it would be satisfying, but if the Void Giant Turtle arrived right after they finished speaking, wouldn't they have no place to cry? Even Xian did not expect this. He originally thought that the matter of cleaning up the mess behind the Void Giant Turtle in the source of all evil incident this time would more or less have some impact on himself in the future. However, the result was far beyond his expectations, leaving Yi Xian confused and confused. After activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system to return to the black hole of life in the first universe, Yi Xian immediately removed the three-headed, six-armed ancient ape demon bloodline true body state and restored the appearance of young Master Linghu. He took out the void-shattering shuttle and hurried to the Demon Emperor planet. On the way, he carefully thought about the whole incident and felt that it was really inconvenient for the identity of young Master Linghu to appear in public recently. In any case, no one in the outside world knew that young Master Linghu had returned to the Demon Emperor planet after leaving the four-race coalition army that was still fighting among the races of the first universe. After this incident in the source of all evil star field, the secret that young Master Linghu was on the same side as the Void Giant Turtle was basically exposed. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Xian decided to hide the identity of young Master Linghu for the time being. Because the outside world already knew that young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape were the same person, the other two identities could not be used. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to lie low on the Demon Emperor planet for the time being. Since he was staying on the Demon Emperor planet, the most suitable identity to use was naturally another one of the seven peerless geniuses, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Immo Genefone. With this identity, even if something were to happen in the demon domain during this period of time, he could still use the identity of Immo Genefone and summon the few star mountains in his body to deal with the situation. After making the decision, he changed his appearance on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. From then on, young Master Linghu entered the dormant period again, and so did young Master Netherworld and the primordial little demon ape. In the future, Yi Xian would show up as the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Immo Genefone. It was just that although the outside world experts, including the higher-ups of various races, did not know all this, the Demon Emperor Immo Wention and the other higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family were well aware. Chapter 39:30. Little friend, you are being unkind this time. Didn't you say that you wouldn't go to the source of all evil to get involved in this matter? Yes or no? Before the voice fell, you disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, the commotion was even bigger than the last time. Even a few of the ancient great masters died. When the news came back, it scared us old fellows so much that our souls almost flew away. Is that giant turtle with the peak cultivation base of the ancient great master also an ally of our camp? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Also, the identity of young Master Linghu better not appear in public so easily. Although the high-level ancestors of the major clans did not mention it, we have to be more careful and guard against it, in order to prevent people from secretly playing tricks. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned, the upper echelons of the demon royal family all breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces were still frightened. In the royal palace of the inner city of the Demon Emperor, they surrounded Yi Xian tightly, either asking questions or reminding him, which made Yi Xian's head hurt. From this, he once again had a deeper understanding of the powerful intelligence ability of the demon race. But Yi Xian really felt that it was difficult to explain the truth of the source of all evil star field in a few words. At the moment, he could only smile bitterly. It was not easy to deal with this group of demon royal family upper echelons, and in the end, he fled. After returning to the mansion specially provided by the demon royal family upper echelons in the outer city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian immediately entered seclusion. On the one hand, he was really scared by the nagging of this group of demon royal family upper echelons, And on the other hand, he also planned to take advantage of this time to use the level 15 liquid to raise his cultivation strength again. Rise a bit. From the current 14th Great Realm of the Cosmic Light 9th Great Perfection to the 15th Great Realm of the First Stage, officially stepping into the ranks of the real universe. With a flip of his hand, a tube of level 15 liquid appeared in Yixian's hand. After staring at it for a while, he no longer hesitated, uncorked the bottle, and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. The level 15 liquid entered the mouth and was cool as it flowed down the throat. However, when it reached the abdominal cavity, it instantly turned into a boiling hot current that spread throughout the limbs and bones. Yixian felt a familiar, stinging sensation, and he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. This was the sign that the level 15 liquid was beginning to take effect. Very soon, Yixian's consciousness gradually blurred. The only thing left in his world was the boundless pain that spread from his body. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of rattling chains coming from within his body. This was the reaction of the shackles of human potential within his body being shaken. At this moment, Yixian was completely in a state of both pain and pleasure. After an unknown period of time, when he opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, and there were two of them. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 1 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 1 universe. The level 15 liquid was still effective with just one tube, successfully helping him to break through the bottleneck of a great realm. After all, it was concocted with a top-tier resource like the all-evil origin liquid, so its effect was naturally without question. What made him even more happy was that, with the breakthrough in the physical realm, Yixian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu formula had also improved. Since then, he had entered the 15th Great Realm in both cultivation and physical realm. He had become a real universe supreme expert and one of the best in his realm. He wouldn't dare to say that he was invincible in his realm, but there were definitely few who could match him in the early stage of the universe realm. Even if he had just entered the first stage of the universe realm, even if he didn't use the Skyfall Bow and other powerful bloodline inheritances and abilities. If he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape, his strength would instantly soar to the first level of the Star-Lord realm. Taking into account the 4 minor levels of cultivation from the first transformation to the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, Yixian's strength would reach the 5th level of the Star-Lord state. He would be very close to the late stage of the Star-Lord state. However, Yixian was soon back to normal after his initial excitement, because he thought of the subsequent level, 16 liquid. So far, he had only produced a small amount of the pulp of the flesh medicine. The real level 16 liquid, or even the gene cultivation liquid of a higher level, would require the addition of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals, as well as all kinds of deductions and experiments, in order to determine the final concoction. Fong. It was definitely going to be a long process that didn't allow for the slightest carelessness. As it happened, Yixian planned to stay on the Devil Emperor planet for a while, so he decided to devote all his time to concocting the level 16 liquid. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly began to work on this matter, and his mind was completely immersed in it. In the second universe, on the planet of the Blood Dragons, the ancestral land of the Blood Dragons. The tragedy that happened in the Demon Gorilla Star area shocked the 3 universes, especially the powerful races of the second universe, where one or several bloodline ancestors of the first universe had come to the source of all evil star area of the first universe. A group of high-ranking officials was simply passing seconds like years, fearing that the doppelganger of the Heavenly Tao would come in the next second. That way, the entire race would be annihilated in anger. But as time went by, a whole day had passed. The hearts of the upper echelons of the powerful races in the second universe, which had been in their throats for a long time, finally fell back to their chests. Obviously, the Heavenly Eye's fury had been vented, and it wouldn't come again. An existence of that level couldn't be patient. If it was angry, or if it hadn't vented its anger yet, it wouldn't have stopped for a moment. Someone would have been in trouble as soon as possible. But now, a whole day had passed, which was enough to explain the problem. The crisis from the heavenly eye was temporarily resolved, and all the clansmen of the powerful races in the second universe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, except for the Dark Turtle clan, the leaders of the other 9 races in the top 10 gathered together. The other 8 races came to the Blood Dragon clan's ancestral land, the Blood Dragon planet, to discuss a big matter. A big matter. The so-called big matter was none other than the fact that the various races only hoped to reach a consensus on the matter of being a member of the Myriad Luo Alliance. This time, due to the incident in the source of all evil, the 2 camps of the human race in the first universe, including the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, had completely fallen out with each other. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing to remain a member of the so-called Federation. Not only would it make them feel disgusted, but it would also affect some of the subsequent decisions. Therefore, the leaders of the various races generally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Although there were only 9 races present, they could basically represent the hearts of all the races in the second universe. Chapter 39-31. The Second Universe, the ancestral grounds of the Blood WYRM clan, the Blood WYRM Star. Besides the Nether Turtle clan, the patriarchs of the other 9 of the top 10 clans were all gathered in the clan hall of the Blood WYRM clan. Even though these patriarchs were only existences that managed the affairs of the 9 clans on the surface, they were only region lords and weren't at the World Lord realm at all. It was for the sake of their true core reserves. However, the 9 clans had gathered here today, and it was clearly the orders of their true bloodline ancestors. After the patriarch of the Blood WRM clan, who was presiding over the meeting, raised the topic of withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation, the patriarchs of the various clans expressed their views successively, and their words were shockingly identical. Even though the Myriad Net Federation Senate and the human race's technology and cultivation camps didn't obtain any benefits, the fact that the various clans of the second universe have shed all pretense of cordiality with them is an established fact. Since it's like that, there's no need to conceal it any longer. Exactly. The Federation's Senate and the human race's factions have really gone too far this time. They're acting willfully. If it wasn't for the subsequent events, then a battle of life and death between the various clans of the second universe would have probably unfolded in the region where the source of all evil is. Moreover, it's very likely that the loser in the end would be we. I'm truly unable to swallow this insult. The Myriad Net Federation has no reason to exist anymore. At the very least, the various clans of the second universe won't accept this. Withdraw from the Federation. Withdraw from the Federation. Seconded. At this point, the various clans of the second universe withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation was a foregone conclusion. The news spread to the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters on the eternal star of the human race's technology faction on the very next day. Moreover, the various clans of the second universe had made a unilateral announcement and report to the other 3 dimensions at the same time. This was absolutely the biggest event in the history of the 3 dimensions, and it shocked countless experts. Many were unable to recover from their shock for a long time, and they didn't dare believe that this news was true. The Eternal Star, the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters. The Federation's Senate was located deep beneath the headquarters. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was not small to begin with. It occupied an extremely vast plain in a corner of the imperishable star. The buildings above the plains belonged to the various departments of the Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters, while the underground buildings belonged to the Federation's Senate. It could be said that the Senate of the Federation was the true foundation of the Myriad Federation. Now, the big races and forces in the 3 main planes all had their own secrets. For example, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the races in the second universe were almost all related to some of the powerful primordial creatures in the Primordial War. He was either a descendant of one of those powerful primordial beings, where he had obtained their inheritance. It was the same for the slave races of the first universe. Among them, the demon race was the most mysterious. As for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, it was needless to say. In the human race's science and technology camp, even the leader of the machine race, Devourer, was only the state teacher of the imperishable dynasty. It was enough to show how mysterious he was. It was the same for the cultivation camp. Disregarding the other sects and schools, just the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace alone had an undead dark phoenix under its second palace. As for the sixth palace, it was simply the most ordinary existence among the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. Compared to the mysterious human Ultimates' heavenly palace, Earth Ultimates' heavenly palace, and the core. The Heaven Ultimates' heavenly palace was simply incomparable. Based on this, how could the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace be simple? Similarly, the Myriad Luo Federation was the only alliance that could contend with the Tianji race in the past tens of thousands of years in the three dimensions. Although it was formed by the big forces and races of the second and third universes, it didn't even have its own so-called territory. Its headquarters was only in the human race. The science and technology camp's eternal star had obtained a vast plane in the form of a lease in name. However, the Myriad Luo Federation had been able to stand tall for tens of thousands of years without falling. Just based on this point alone, some problems could be seen. The Myriad Luo Federation also had its own core foundation. This foundation was the Federation Senate. It was the concentration camp of the Myriad Luo Federation's true high-end core combat strength. As everyone knew, although the Myriad Luo Federation could be said to be a behemoth, in fact, it didn't have its own territory. Even the Federation's headquarters was built on a large piece of land rented by the imperishable dynasty on the Eternal Star. However, from another perspective, the Myriad Luo Federation could actually be said to have an infinitely large territory. The entire third universe and the entire second universe, where the human race was located, were both territories of the Federation. However, that was only in name. In fact, these two universes were still managed by the various races themselves. However, almost every race would have a Star Lord or above enter the Federation Senate every once in a while. Generally speaking, the existences that were sent to the Myriad Luo Federation Senate were all powerhouses that were not very popular in their respective clans. In the Senate, they were able to obtain cultivation resources that far exceeded what they could obtain in their respective clans. It was safe to say that the Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters had gone to great lengths to rope in the Star Lords and even the Domain Lords from various races. Therefore, as time passed, they became less attached to their own races and more attached to the Federation. The old monsters in the Senate who were generally above the Star Lord state were from various races, but in fact, they had already considered themselves members of the Federation. Those beings above the Star Lord level all lived in the Senate of the Federation Senate, which was located below the Federation's headquarters. Even though the Senate was underground, it had adopted the most advanced space folding technology, which was far more advanced than the space fortresses that were 100,000 meters tall. After tens of thousands of years of construction and management, this underground space had now become a real independent small space, or rather a cave or a secret realm. The only difference was that the mysterious realms in the ancestral lands of the major races in the three universes were naturally formed, while the one in the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate was a man-made mysterious realm. There was even a cosmic void in the vast man-made mysterious realm, in which there were various stars of different sizes. It had been built based on the natural galaxies. It was as vast as a mid-level space zone, only slightly smaller than the Demonkin space zone in the first universe. It was only 1/3 of the original size. This was absolutely a big deal. Using the space folding technology, they had built an artificial secret domain under a vast plane on the Immortal Star. Such a big deal could only be done by the Wan Luo Federation, which had been worshipped and supplied with resources by the human clan and the second universe for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 39-32. It was said that some of the most powerful fighters of the Senate resided within the Myriad Luo Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven. There were even primordial supremes among them. These beings were the severely wounded primordial beings that the core higher-ups of the Federation's Grand Eldorado Heaven had found over the past tens of thousands of years. They accepted the offerings and used the resources provided by the Grand Eldorado Heaven for free to heal their wounds. The Federation's Grand Eldorado Heaven did not ask for anything from these terrifying beings, not even verbally promising them the future. This was because the higher-ups of the Grand Eldorado Heaven understood that beings of this level would not easily accept favors from others. However, if such a situation occurred, they would definitely be able to lend a hand when the Federation faced an existential crisis in the future if it was within their means. For the Federation's Grand Eldorado Heaven, as long as these terrifying primordial supremes were willing to lend a hand, even if it was just once, they would have profited immensely from the boundless resources they had provided over the past tens of thousands of years. After all, how could an ordinary crisis be worth the help of beings of this level? In fact, this time, the Myriad Luo Federation was indeed facing the most serious existential crisis in the past tens of thousands of years. It could be said that ever since the Federation was established, a crisis of this level had never occurred before. Even so, the core upper echelons of the Council of Elders of the Federation still did not intend to invite the few existences who had been enjoying the offerings of the Council of Elders for tens of thousands of years and had always been sleeping in the deepest part of the Council of Elders. Those existences were all primordial sovereigns in the distant past, but they had yet to recover from their injuries. In addition to the supreme masters of the primordial era who had yet to recover their cultivation, there were more than a dozen supreme masters of the primordial era and dozens of quasi-primordial masters of the primordial era sleeping in the core of some of the planets in the center of the Federation's headquarters. But this time, the higher-ups of the Grand Eldorado Heaven had no intention of disturbing them at all to tide over this crisis. It could even be said that they had never considered this problem. For the Myriad Luo Federation, this kind of awkward situation was indeed unprecedented, but it was far from enough to endanger the survival of the entire Federation. However, the core higher-ups of the Federation Senate had already appeared. Although they were not interested in the races of the Second Universe that had completely betrayed the Federation, they were angry that they had once again displayed their divine might in the source of all evil Starfield. They only sent out one clone in order to instantly destroy the entire Second Universe. This race, including the heavenly Tao Green Eye of the bloodline primordial ancestor, was extremely fearful. Regarding the matter, the core members of the Council of Elders had gathered on the central administrative planet of the Land of Elders to discuss it in secret. In the Grand Elders Paradise, which was 2/3 the size of the Demonkin star field, there weren't many stars. In the depths of the paradise, within the core of every star, there was a powerful existence that was hibernating. They were all at least immortal rank. At the periphery of this artificial starry sky, there was a huge artificial life planet. This planet was the administrative center of the entire Patriarch's Paradise, and it was called the Patriarch Planet. There were a large number of experts from various races who were loyal to the Myriad Luo Federation on the Patriarch Planet. Other than the core higher-ups, they were basically all young geniuses. These young geniuses were nurtured on the Patriarch Planet. Just like the Taoists of the various races in the three Great Plains, they were given great expectations. In fact, even the elders of the Myriad Luo Federation, such as Long Huai, the elder of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were not qualified to enter this underground Patriarch's Paradise. From this, one could see how high the status of these young descendants of the Federation, who could live in the Patriarch's Paradise for a long time, and how enviable the resources and treatment they enjoyed were. At the peak of the tallest mountain on the Patriarch Planet was the power hub of the entire Federation Senate. It was called the Patriarch's Hall. At this moment, almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation were gathered in the main hall of the Patriarch's Hall. The weakest amongst them was at the Region Lord Realm, yet they were the most numerous and occupied half of the Patriarch's Hall. Amongst the other half, another half were at the World Lord Realm, and there were almost 30 of them. Amongst the last 20-plus people, there were over 10 Universe Lords and almost 10 Eternal Realm Lords. As for the Star-Lord Realm Lords below the Region Lord Realm, they were only ordinary patriarchs of the Federation Senate, and there were even more of them. They resided in the Patriarch's Paradise and enjoyed the resources there. Yet they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Patriarch's Hall to discuss matters at all. The entire Patriarch's Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation at the Region Lord Realm and above were seated according to their strengths. The 9 Eternal Realm Lords were seated at the top row. Amongst these 9 Eternal Realm Lords, 2 of them possessed especially lofty statuses. They were seated at the top, and they were clearly separated from the other 7 Eternal Realm Lords. The Eternal Realm was the second dividing line between the experts of the universe. Under the environment of the universe, the levels of the cultivators were extremely strict. The 15th Great Realm was the first dividing line. At this realm, one would be called a Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Star Lord, Domain Lord, Sector Lord, and Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Undying Realm. As for the Immortal Realm, it was the second dividing line. This was because the Immortal Realm was divided into 5 different levels, which were related to the starry sky law they comprehended. The 5 levels were Ordinary Immortal, Marquis Immortal, King Immortal, Emperor Immortal, and Emperor Immortal. At this moment, the 7 Eternal Realm Lords sitting in the second row were all normal Undying Realm Lords. And the 2 in the first row were Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lords. These 2 Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lords were extremely powerful. Any one of them could easily suppress all the other patriarchs of the Federation, including the 7 normal Undying Realm Lords. Including the 7 normal Undying Realm Lords, the 9 Undying Realm Lords sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. However, at this moment, from the 2 balls of energy at the top, there was a voice. An Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lord was speaking. Regarding that sky, I once asked a primordial supreme who was sleeping in the depths of the Grotto Heaven. I have some understanding of it. That sky is the will of the Great Path from the primordial era. It can be called the Green Eye of the Great Path. During the primordial era war, the Green Eye of the Great Path was the commander of one camp, and this camp was the winner of that war. The few primordial supremes and mighty figures that are sleeping in the depths of my elder's grotto heaven belong to the heavenly Tao's Green Eye camp. As for the void tortoise that appeared in the source of all evil star field, it is one of the few peak commanders of the enemy camp. And for the past 100 years, those primordial beings that have been sleeping for countless years have appeared. This is a sign from the heavens. The primordial era that has been annihilated for countless years is about to arrive. In the new era, the Tianji race will only be a joke. Perhaps the myriad Luo Federation will cease to exist, but my grotto heaven will not collapse. Chapter 39-33. Whether it was the heavenly Tao's Green Eye, the powerful beings of the Desolate Era, or the supreme beings of the Desolate Era, they had all appeared too frequently recently. Under such circumstances, the ordinary people, clansmen, and some low-level masters of the starry sky and the 3 main planes of the starry sky didn't feel anything. Those who hadn't reached this level weren't as sensitive as the others, and they appear to be too slow. However, for the core higher-ups and bloodline ancestors of the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes, as well as the elders of the Federation and the Senate, this abnormal situation made them extremely vigilant, and they realized that a completely different era might be coming soon. The secular people of the 3 main planes didn't know much about the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era, and many secrets were lost in the long river of history. However, there were some records in the clan books of the major clans and top forces. The legendary primordial world would eventually return in its entirety one day. No one knew the real reason for the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era. Even the clan books of the major clans didn't record it in detail. As for the beings of the Desolate Era who had lived from the Desolate Era to the present and were hibernating in various void planes to recover from their injuries, they all tacitly kept silent about it. No one would mention it, and it was a secret. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. At the very least, the core elders of the Senate were certain of this. That was the distant primeval age. Although it had abruptly disappeared in the long river of history, many ordinary races and clans at the secular level even doubted whether the so-called primeval age had really existed in this world. It had long since become a legend. It was illusory and gave people a feeling of unreality. However, the true upper echelons understood that not only did the primordial world exist, but it even launched an unprecedented battle that directly buried the entire primordial world era. The two terrifying camps that almost caused a gap in the long river of time had not been completely annihilated in history. Even on the losing side, there was still a large number of survivors. The void giant tortoise that had just displayed its might in the domain of the source of all evil not long ago was one of them. Even the defeated side was already so active in the present age, with the supreme elder of the ancients appearing out of nowhere. In that case, was there even a need to say anything about the side that defeated the heavenly Law's green eyes back then? The heavenly Tao's green eye must have made all kinds of arrangements after its Pyrrhic victory all those years ago. Its goal was to make sure that after countless years, when the great desolate era descended once again, its camp would fully rise up. For example, the Netherworld Furnace's void refining formation was one of the methods it had set up after that battle all those years ago. For the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, when they realized that the legendary primeval age was about to descend in full force, it was obvious that the most important question in front of them was which side to stand on. Compared to this, the Myriad Net Federation's original goal, which was to resist the Heaven's Legacy race, seemed extremely feeble and powerless. On one hand, the Heaven's Legacy race was weak at the moment. They had taken the initiative to avoid the world and had already moved their entire race away. On the other hand, with the grand background of the Great Desolate Era descending in full force, the former supreme overlord of the Heaven's Legacy race really didn't look good enough. It could be said that for the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, the Heaven's Legacy race was their greatest worry. But now, everything had changed. What worried them the most was how to deal with the Great Desolate Era that might descend in full force in the near future. When it came to which side to stand on, they had no choice because the supreme elders of the ancients and the dozen or so primordial experts that the Senate of the Federation had found and roped in over tens of thousands of years and enshrined in the depths of the Senate's grotto heaven with endless resources were all from the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. Therefore, when it came to which side to stand on, they could only choose the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. In fact, even without this factor, the core elders present at the meeting would still choose the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes because this camp was, after all, the victorious side in the Great Desolate War. The meeting ended quickly. The core elders of the Senate passed unanimously and reached a consensus. Attack the Demon Emperor planet, force young Master Linghu to show himself, and then capture him as a sign of allegiance. Through certain channels, they would hand him over to the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. After all, everything that had happened in the root of all Evil Star region was enough to prove that young Master Linghu was jackals of the same tribe as the Void Giant Tortoise, and the Void Giant Tortoise was almost a big problem for the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. On the one hand, the change in the root of all Evil Star region this time was caused by him, and all the products in the Netherworld Cauldron were swept away by him. On the other hand, he was, after all, a supreme elder of the ancients who lived in the present world. In the Great Desolate War, he was one of the supreme battle commanders of the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. For the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes, the Void Giant Tortoise's value was almost immeasurable. Perhaps even an existence at its level was eager to capture the Void Giant Tortoise in its hands. The Federation Senate naturally didn't dare and didn't have the strength to attack a supreme elder of the ancients like the Void Giant Tortoise. But it was completely different for young Master Linghu, who hadn't even reached the universe realm. That guy was indeed a great genius of the present world, but he hadn't grown up yet. No matter how heaven-defying his means were, under the suppression of absolute strength, he would have no choice but to bow down and be captured. For this reason, the Federation Senate spared no expense. After this secret meeting ended, four figures tore through the void and left immediately. An ordinary, undying, and three-universe-old monsters. Their destination, the first universe, the ancestral land of the demon race, the Demon Emperor planet. The Demon Emperor planet. 2 days had passed since the root of all evil incident. During these 2 days, the three universes could be said to be in an uproar. It was an uproar that had never happened before. First, the heavenly Tao's green eyes sent a heavenly eye clone to the second universe. In a fit of anger, it wiped out the entire demon gorilla race. The vast universe starry sky, with a radius of 20 million square meters, was completely turned into a land of death. Then, the races of the second universe unilaterally made a statement to all the forces and races of the three universes that they would withdraw from the Myriad Luo Federation. And the Myriad Luo Federation actually maintained a strange silence about this. They didn't say anything. Yi Xian had actually expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised or shocked. But for some reason, since yesterday, he had been having a premonition, as if something big was about to happen. Something that could make him have this kind of intuition warning sign couldn't be good news. It could only be bad news. Because of this, Yi Xian felt uneasy all day. It was also at this time that the Demon Emperor planet, which was originally incomparably calm, suddenly stagnated. It was as if an invisible and terrifying pressure had suddenly descended without warning. The entire huge planet trembled slightly because of this.